Hello, hello. Everybody come on in. Come on in. I have a few things I want to say before we get started. If anybody didn't hear that Marian Ann Bays passed away this weekend, very, very sad. Hello, Cindy Lou. Hello, Frazzled. Hey, Mama. Yeah, so that's really sad. It's too bad. I hadn't seen her I want to say she was in like last Friday. I know. So sad, Frazzled. It really is. I guess she struggled with mental health, but she had health problems. I didn't know exactly what was wrong, honestly. It doesn't matter. It's really sad. I feel really sorry about that. Hello, Life with Mommy. So that is Randy had a live going all day yesterday for people to come in, and her husband was in there. I think I popped in and out a couple of times, but her husband was in there and stuff. So anyway, really sad, very sad news. And what else did I? Oh, I want to say this just because I got to get it out there before it drives me out of my mind. Hey, please, come on now. Oh my God, Jack is bringing all of his toys up here on my bed. So, look at that. Oh, hey, stop. You guys, stop barking at him. I just have to throw this out here really quick. I have no idea what has gone on with this Sebastian Rogers stuff, but there is something that smells like shit to me on this. I don't know what the parents are even up to. Any of them. Seriously. And people having a show about it every single day is about to drive me out of my damn mind. I'm not watching them. I'm just, every time I scroll through, I'm like, oh, okay. 12 people are talking about breaking news on Sebastian Rogers. And there hasn't been breaking news one single time. So anyway, that is driving me crazy. I think something's weird with the parents. All of them now. Even the dad. I think they're all fucking out of their damn minds. Jeez. I want zero to do with that shit show. Zero. Sorry for the quiet. Well, that was nice and loud. Honey, please don't do that. Oh my God, Frazzled. It is turned. I can't even believe this. Like, I'm starting to really wonder, is there a child even really missing? I can't imagine. Those parents act worse than the damn YouTube people. There was a lake. Okay. Is that campground? Is that where that picture supposedly, is that where someone thought he was? Because I really, no, thank you, sir. No. Hey, Jack, I said no. Listen, Linda. No. No, I said no. This one doesn't really listen, by the way. I said no. Oh my God, I'm going to lose it. Okay, love. The patients are really thin this morning. I'm in a pissy mood. I probably should just shut my mouth. I'm not in a great mood. But hey, Love Louie. Hey, Truth on Tap. Hey, everybody. Legs. Love Louie, you gotta email me so I can make your present. Stop, Jack. Stop. Oh boy. Okay. Anyway, so yeah, I'm just really starting to wonder if maybe there even is a kid. I mean, stop. Oh, my lantern. Okay, what do they say? Count to 10, 20, 30, 100. Pull your hair out of your head. Anyway, okay. So, yeah, I shouldn't have said that, I guess. Also, I'm thinking I need to figure out what the hell's going on with that. Oh, I'm so sorry. With that preacher business, I don't know what's going on. Oh my gosh. Wow, I don't have my glasses on. I can't see. It's so small. Sounds like some weird shit going on with that preacher business. On that preacher, really? Yeah, I need to check out some of this just sounds so nuts. Good morning, Colin. And I admit I have not really looked into a lot of it. I haven't. But it just seems like it's just gotten really. They found a skull this morning after the leg. Oh God. Oh, where the mom and stepdad. Oh, that. Oh no, Mama's the boss. No. Really? Oh. Okay. See that? Oh, I hope it's not him. Wow. Shit. Oh my God. Oh God. Okay. I hope that is not that boy. Shit. That's terrible. Yeah, I better shut my mouth. I'm gonna fall right in it, aren't I? Oh God, I know, Mom. I did not know. On the pastor. Okay, yeah, that's what I thought that's what you meant. Right. That's my understanding is that she actually even literally said, if there's a bullet in my head, I did not do it. And how ironic that happens, right? I don't get these men that won't just move the hell on. Shit. I don't understand any of this. It makes my stomach hurt. Yeah, I'm glad you said that though, because I'm going to go listen to it because I can't. I'm just catching. Really, I'm just kind of reading some headlines. I actually don't know. I haven't watched anything really significant on it at all. Oh, I thought that sounded familiar, Mama's boss. See, but I couldn't really. You know what, though? Because you got all this carrying on about it all the time. I would go listen to something and there wasn't breaking news. There was literally nothing. So, yeah. Okay, so one more thing I want to say. So when I was just... Say hi. No, you can't fool with it. Hi. See, I'm the stinker that's been over here throwing fits. So when I was getting the video ready to start playing, I think, oh my God, it was so hard not to start watching it. On the stand, I think. Here, you want? I think. Can you imagine? I mean, I would love for them to make his wife talk. That is for darn sure. I would love it so much. But I don't know. So, you know what? We know we still have Zulema that's got to testify. Ugh. I think today might be informative. This goes way beyond just her. It's very sad. The whole bunch of the church and the Christian schools involved. It's around. Oh, did you see? I feel like there's a lot there, Mama's a Boss, and I just haven't. I literally have not had time to do anything. I mean, I could make time, but I like to vacuum. I like to mop. I like to do all that stuff. Clean windows and fans and whatnot. So that's what I do. But yeah, I need to really, wow. It seems like it. That's so sad. I hate that stuff. I do. I really hate that stuff. People. Yeah. He was moving money or something. I don't know. Yeah, I shouldn't say anything. I really don't know. But yeah, it sounds like that there's a lot of people involved. And is it one of those really, really big churches? I have a feeling it is. I don't know. And I'm here looking like crap and I don't even care. Got a headache. Yeah, so, oh, wow. This is wild, huh? How sad. By the way, if anybody doesn't know, Mama's the Boss, her daughter plays piano so good. I absolutely love it. Really proud. Okay. Hold on. You found out this weekend that your husband's wife, so you and her family were Mormon. Her dad converted for her mom many years ago, but they got out about 5 years ago. I know. She's so sweet. She's a doll. Okay, yeah. I'm like, are we trying to be silly here or am I not getting it? Oh, your son's what? Okay, okay. I know. It's what I'm like. I read it a few times and I'm like, okay, I'm going to have to read it out loud because I'm not getting it. Oh my God. There's that, right? Oh my God. Well, yeah, before I was gray, I was actually blonde too. So here you go. Both of us trying to figure something out. That's funny. Wow. Yeah, a lot of crazy stuff going on. Ugh. Not a hair color. True, true. Hey, Sicilian. Oh, good, 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 good. Oh, I'm glad to hear that. That is funny. Oh my God. Wow. Here, I read people's titles and I'm like, has everybody lost their mind? It's probably me half the time. It's not understand what the hell's going on. Lord. Wow. Okay, I'm gonna put this on. I got so tempted to see if that was Ian Pulaski. Got myself really jazzed up for today now. Which I don't ever want it to appear that just because we're playing a game on here and just because I get excited about certain witnesses that I think any of this is funny or anything. I don't. I think it is tragic. I think it's horrific. I don't have enough bad to say about it. I know I've gotten some comments about how I'm having a lot of fun with a tragedy here. I'm really not. I would love it if I never heard of these people before in my life. I would love that. So just so you know, I don't find this funny. But I'm going to get it started. No, I figure people do, but I'm think maybe I am coming off like it's not horrible. It is. Like I said, how many of these fuckers I would love to have no idea who they were. I would love it. But okay, I'll zip it and here we go. Thank you guys so much for being here. I love you. We just got back from the hospital with hubby. Oh no. Well, that's what I said. You know what? The content is really difficult. So you have to me, it's hard to handle listening to some of this. You just don't have, that's the way I think. Yeah, I think so. And I normally ignore that. I just thought I caught myself getting all excited about Ian Pulaski and maybe Melanie Pulaski. And I'm like, wow, maybe I am being a shit. You know what? Because I want to question. I would love to question old Melanie Pulaski myself. I would love to interrogate and waterboard that bitch. Hey, Becca. Hello. Two skulls. Hello. Yeah, I will. I usually do. I just thought maybe I am having too much fun. But okay, I'm gonna put it on because sorry, I am really no. It's about this trial. Yeah, yeah. It's a I saw when I was getting the video ready, Becca. It looks to me. I didn't listen, but it looked like it was Ian Pulowski on the um, witness stand. Then I backed it up to get it, to the beginning. So I don't know for sure. I didn't even blow it up big, but it looked like him. So I'm kind of thinking that maybe now Ian Pulowski did testify last year in Lori's trial, and Melanie Pulowski went and screwed it up so she wouldn't have to. But that's what I was saying is I really hope that she does, because she should have been charged with contempt, in my opinion, last year. But, to me, she should be charged even, not just interrogated. And, she was very much involved in this, very, very much involved. And for sure with what happened to Brandon, if you ask me. But no, that's just what I was talking about, Beckett. No, it was a trial. Okay, I'm going to zip my lip and put this on. Humpty Dumpty sat on the wall. Humpty Dumpty had man tits.
Here's off President Counter for your honor.
All right, thank you, Mr. Bailiff. Please be seated. All right, good morning, everyone. We're back on the record on KCR 2221-1623, State of Idaho versus Chad Daybell. We are back on with continuation of the state's case in chief after the weekend.
Oh my God, I'm sorry, Two Skulls.
Our jurors have all returned and also have signed their affirmation that they followed the court's instruction when we closed on Friday. So we're continuing with Agent Daniels on direct examination.
Say prayers for you. I'm sorry. I hope you
here in court
feel
today.
better.
A lot of people, apologies for the inconvenience of moving you around. I think at some point later today, or if not later this morning, we'll be able to use the other side of the courtroom again. So thanks for accommodating that. If the state would like to call your witness and have him return to the stand, then we'll continue with direct examination.
Thank you, Your Honor. We'll be continuing with Mr. Daniels.
Oh, thanks for coming in, Becca. It's good to see you. I think this guy is doing a great job. If it's a guy laying out all of these times and...
All right, I'll remind Agent Daniels he's still under oath for purposes of his testimony, having been sworn last week. Also, over the weekend, Agent Daniels, did you view any of the trial?
Where everybody was at?
Or otherwise see any trial testimony that you weren't aware of before you testified?
No, I have not.
Okay, thank you for following that instruction. Then, Mr. Wood, if you'd like to continue with your direct, you may.
Thank you. And if I may publish through the HDMI?
Yes.
And I think that old Pryor stepped in it
Morning, Agent Daniels.
with his this stair thing.
Just to quickly recap and reorient the court and jury. On Friday, we had spoken about the June 9th and 10th search of Chad Daybell's property, correct? Correct. I believe the last place we talked about was searching the barn and tools. Is that accurate? Yes, that's accurate.
We can go ahead and publish that.
Oh, that's right, because it's not being published up on the screen. Thank you.
Thank you.
Can I just confirm that the jurors can see the picture of Daybell property? Thank you.
Okay, and thank you, Mr. Wood. When we get to the point where you think we ought to not publish on the overhead, let us know.
Okay. Agent Daniels, can you, well, I'm gonna orient the jury as to what they're looking at right now.
Hello, Debbie J. Be kind, 247.
So, Your Honor, I am showing Agent Daniels what's been.
Thank you, Queen.
Exhibit
Don't worry.
170B.
Thank you.
And where was that on the property?
So right now we're in the kind of the northeast portion of the property. And from this photograph, we're looking back towards the residence. And in the photograph, you can see the second story bedroom window. I'm pointing at it with the laser up there. And in the very beginning, last Friday, we showed you a vantage point photograph. And one of those vantage point photographs was from that second story window that's in that picture. So right above that back door. And so there's a rear man door that comes out of the residence also. So that's the Chad Daybell residence. That's the upper story second bedroom window. And then we're going to be walking towards this large tree. And near the base of that tree is going to be J.J. Vallow's burial site. And so this is an overall photo as is. So as it looked when we were there. And we're just walking towards the burial. So what becomes the burial site. And this just gives you a good idea of how the taller vegetation or the taller grass as we're going that way. And that'll become important as we get closer.
And Your Honor, this has been marked as State's Exhibit 170C.
Okay.
And Agent, what are you looking at in 170C?
So now we're getting closer to that large tree, and our burial site's going to be in this area. And you can just start to see how we have higher vegetation or grasses around the burial site. And then there's a thinning of that vegetation in this area. And the picture doesn't really describe it, but when you're there, there ends up being a raised berm in this area. But we just want to show you kind of again, this is an as is, this is what it actually looked like. And so that's the little discrepancy we started to see in this area or this field.
And Your Honor, this is what's been marked as State's Exhibit 170D.
Right.
And Agent, what did you notice in 170D?
So now we're just getting closer up photographs, and these are still as is, so hasn't been touched. But this is just showing that raised berm, and you can still see the higher vegetation around the raised berm. And then now that we're getting closer up photograph, or it's a closer up photo, you can now see that just how that vegetation looks on the raised berm. It's not as thick as the vegetation around it.
State's Exhibit 170E. What was of note to you in this picture?
We just wanted this is just a closer up photo of the actual burial site where JJ is going to be located. And it's just a closer just to see that vegetation as it is on the raised berm. And you can just see how there's empty spots versus what it looked like around the area. So there's something of interest here to us.
Your Honor, this is 170A. Agent, what was the significance of this photograph?
This is another overall photograph as is. Now we're just on the opposite side of the pond. So we're over here now. The photographer's over here looking back this way. And so you can still see that large tree. So JJ's burial is going to be in this area. And in this photograph, you can kind of see one of our Faro scanner operators here taking some of the initial Faro scans of the area. We have a total station operator over here doing some total station measurements. And then just to give a relation, there's the fire pit areas over here. And then Tylee Ryan's burial is going to be in this general area. And so JJ's burial is going to be in this vicinity. And that's all that picture's showing.
Your Honor, State's Exhibit 170F.
All right.
And Agent, what is the jury seeing here?
And we talked about it last Friday with Tylee's burial site. But once we've kind of found an area we think there could be a burial, now our process is we're just going to go layer by layer down. And so now that we've located an area of interest because of that raised berm, we've designated a little perimeter here. And now our job is just to go layer by layer and excavate this site. And if there's anything of interest, anything of value, we'll stop and take photographs, scans, and then kind of continue down to see what there is, if anything, at this location. And this picture is just showing how we've now taken off some of that first layer of vegetation, and we've started the process.
This is 170G. Agent, what was going on in 170G?
So we've removed the vegetation off the top, and what we start to notice are these different stones or cement blocks that start to protrude through the soil. So that starts to draw our attention. And so we stopped and took some photographs of what that's starting to look like.
170H.
And so now we've gone another layer down. And so these are what the stones and cement block are looking like. And then I like this photograph because it shows whoever's done this in the ground.
Yes. You can continue, Mr. Wood.
Thank you. Agent, what did you observe about these stones?
So in this photograph, we see the stones now that are laid. And I like this photo just because it's showing how precise these stones are laid across this burial. And then on the left side of your photo, you start to see a wooden plank that's underneath the stones. And we'll get to the wooden planks in another photograph. But on this photograph, you can at least see how they're laid on top of these wooden planks. And then around these rocks, you can start to see the tree roots. This burial was next to this large tree. And you can see how somebody's taken the time to cut through these tree roots to place this burial here in this location.
And so, Agent, for clarity, did anyone on the ERT team cut those roots?
No, we did not. This is how when they were excavating the site, this is how this was found.
And Your Honor, State's Exhibit 170I. Detective, what did you observe here?
So after the stones were removed, these are two wooden planks that were underneath those stones.
And Your Honor, I think at this point, it'd probably be an appropriate time to stop publishing to the public.
Okay, we are going to continue with the photos published to the jurors and the parties, but for purposes of the live stream or the public in the courtroom, these remaining photos, because of their nature, will not be published.
And this is 170K. And Agent, what did you observe in 170K?
On the right side of the photo you're looking at, you can start to see a black plastic that's showing up. And so that was an indication that, okay, we're starting to find something in this burial site.
And did you notice that, was there a change in the soil?
I mean, the soil's just getting darker as we get closer, but that's really all I can see in this photo.
And this is 170L.
And so once we started to see that black plastic that you saw in the last photo, at this point is when I got into the burial and I just took my hands and I just scraped around the plastic that we were seeing. And this is what this photo just shows after I removed the dirt from around that plastic that was showing. And this is where it just felt like this was a human head or skull that was inside that black plastic. And you could tell that black plastic was just tied up against whatever was inside. And at this point, we figured we had human remains, but we needed to determine that. So I got a razor blade and ended up making a cut in this black plastic. And I think in our next photo, we'll see once that's opened.
Your Honor, this is 170M as in Mike. And Agent, what did you observe here, or what were you doing here?
So once we made the cut with the razor blade to that black outer plastic, we found that there was a white plastic wrapped around whatever was inside, the shape that we thought was the skull. And that's what we saw right there. So that white plastic was wrapped around whatever we had. And we had to do the same thing. We had to take the razor blade and then cut the white plastic. And I think we'll see a better picture next of what we found inside this white plastic.
Your Honor, this is State's Exhibit 170N is in November.
Okay.
And Agent, what did you observe here?
So once I made the cut on the white plastic, and again, it was tight against the head that was inside. So we pulled it up, I pulled it up, made the cut, trying to not disturb as much forensic evidence as possible. But as I made that cut, the human hair that you can see on the top of that photo started coming out as I made that cut. And that's the point where we knew these are the human remains, and these remains become J.J. Vallow's remains. And that's the point where this ends up becoming J.J. Vallow's burial site. And so that was the point where that becomes J.J.'s burial site. And we continue excavating after this.
Your Honor, this is 170O. And what do you observe here?
So now we've just continued, now that we know these are human remains, the team's just continued to excavate. So now you're starting to see that black plastic throughout the burial site. And if you look left on that photo, you can see that we've now uncovered the feet area of the human remains. So we have a pretty good idea that that black plastic is wrapping the entire human remains. And then kind of sporadically throughout that burial, you can see the little glimpses of black plastic. So it's looking like the entire remains are wrapped in that. So that's what this picture's showing a good idea of.
An Agent, where you don't have the benefit of the laser pointer, is the mouse or the pointer moving over where you're talking about the feet?
Correct.
Your Honor, this is 170P. And what did you observe here, Agent?
This is just continuing that excavation. And now kind of in the middle of the photo, up towards the head, you can start to see there's a bigger piece of duct tape that starts to appear. And if I had the laser pointer, I could point to it a little bit, but that was just a significant thing that we noticed on that wrapping, is that there's duct tape involved. And then earlier on that, when we showed you a closer up of the head, there was a big piece of duct tape involved. So those were just some significant things that when we see that type of stuff, we like to take photos of that, where they're located. So that's just one of the reasons we would have stopped and taken a photo of those locations when we saw that duct tape appear.
Your Honor, this is 170Q. What did you observe here?
This is just a closer up picture. So now you can better see that piece of duct tape, and then just kind of see how that excavation's continuing.
And 170R.
And this is closer to a full excavation of the remains. So now, and you can see more pieces of duct tape have appeared. So now you get a better sense of how JJ's remains were placed in this burial, how they were wrapped, and now it's ready to be removed by the team and provided to the coroner.
And just for clarity's sake, this was on June 9th, correct?
Correct.
Of 2019?
JJ's remains were the first remains we found, and they were the first remains that were fully excavated and provided to the coroner on June 9th.
This is 170S.
So
And what do you observe here?
So once JJ's remains were fully excavated, removed, in the bottom of the burial, in the center of this photo, you can see that there's some decomposition that was in that burial. And one of the things we did is we took some soil samples of that area.
170T.
This is just a closer up photograph of that decomposition that was left in the burial.
Your Honor, this is 170J. What did you observe here?
This is just showing the burial excavated, so the human remains are removed, and then on that tarp are the stones that were placed over JJ, and then the wooden planks that were over JJ.
And 170U. What does the jury see in this picture?
So this picture just shows that the backhoe, what we did was after we had excavated the burial site, we brought in the backhoe to, at this time, we didn't know where Tylee's remains were located. And since JJ's remains were in this location, we just thought we should go deeper in this excavation and go a little bit wider in this area, just in case whoever did this buried Tylee in the same area. It was just logical to us that they might have put her in the same place. So we used the excavator to dig a little deeper and go a little bit wider, just to see if we could find something else that might indicate Tylee. Her remains were around this area. And we didn't find anything else in this area. And then the backhoe backfilled this excavation site.
And Agent, we spoke the other day about Faro scans. What does the jury see here?
So in the bottom of the screen, you're just going to see a diagram or graphs of what the Faro scanner scanned in of JJ's burial site. And then on the right side, you're going to see ERT photographs. And once we click on those photographs, the top one will start with layer A. And then in the bottom scan of the burial, that layer A will show, the line will show up in the bottom of your diagram. That just gives you an approximate depth of where we were at layer A. So, and one thing to note about between layer A and B, there's not much difference because those rocks were right on top of the wooden planks.
What do you see in layer C?
And layer C was kind of at that point where we determined this was actually JJ Vallow's human remains, where we cut open the head portion of the bag, and that's right at about 1 foot.
And layer D?
Layer D is where we've excavated a lot of the top of the human remains, and you can see that black plastic bag over the majority of the top of the human remains, and that's just under 1 foot.
And layer E?
Layer E was that final excavation point where we were ready to remove those human remains from the burial, and we're just over 2 feet.
Your Honor, this time I have no more questions for the witness.
All right, thank you.
Two skulls. We will do more than forgive you. I hope you get some rest. I certainly hope you do. You pee head. That's funny.
All right, once you're ready, Mr. Pryor, you can conduct cross-examination.
And Judge, before I start, by stipulation.
Good
of the
morning,
parties,
Glowing Meadows.
asking the court to admit
This
the
live
facts
video
of
of the
the
trial. It's not live.
35 and 36.
We started
Those would represent
a couple hours later,
photographs taken from the garage.
so we can fast forward
All right,
through
as the statement able to review proposed exhibits 35 and 36.
all the
Yes,
breaks.
we have no objection.
Defense exhibits 35 and 36 are admitted.
Good morning, officer.
Good morning.
I did that without having to turn the mic on. That's a first, I think, today. I'd like to go over procedurally your involvement in this case, if we could take the time to go over all of the aspects of this case that you've been involved in.
I know
That'd
that
be
made
fair.
me laugh too.
Okay. I'd like to go back to the search involving Alex Cox's apartment. Were you involved in any aspect of that?
I was involved in the search of two apartments. I just have to remember which
That's
is
okay.
which.
That's okay. You were involved in and they were two parts.
Right, Glowing Meadows. It drives me crazy to
Correct.
And one of them may have
figure
been
out what to do with
107, which would have been Alex
that
Cox's.
time. So
I can't remember. Who
Plus, we
owned
have
which
it up
apartment, but there were two apartments that were
to
fairly close together.
1.25
Explain to me
speed.
what your involvement was in the search of Alex Cox's apartment.
I was an ERT senior team leader in the search of both the apartments, and I just
Worked
don't
out pretty
remember
good
who
for us
owned
this
which
way.
apartment.
Okay, and part of your the aspect of being involved in that is that you were involved in a cadaver dog search of that complex. Do you recall that?
I do.
Okay, and was that your cadaver dog or was it another agency's cadaver dog?
It was an outside agencies.
Okay, were you the supervisor in charge of that search?
Right?
I'd have to
That
review
happens.
my logs for those searches.
Okay.
I remember.
And I'm
speaking
pretty
to,
sure
the cadaver
I
dog,
saw Ian
people that ran that
Pulowski
operation.
on the
I
stand
may
when I
have
went
been.
to back it
Okay.
up.
And there was some reference in some of the police reports of the use of luminol. Can you tell me what that is?
I hate to cross my
Luminol is a
fingers, but
tool
I
that
have
we'll
a
use
feeling
to,
that just maybe
Attempt
Melanie
to find
Pulowski could be on today.
blood on a scene.
Okay.
I hope
And as
so.
part of the cadaver dog and the use of the luminol, you applied that to an upstairs closet in one of the apartments. Is that right?
I can't remember. I'd have to review my logs, my notes for that from that day for that apartment.
Do you have those logs and notes with you?
I don't.
Okay. Okay. And then do you have a recollection of whether or not the cadaver dog indicated any positive on any of the locations of either of the apartments?
I don't. Again, I'd have to review my notes.
And were you involved in the search of any of those garages of either of the units?
Yes, if the garages were right attached to the apartments, I was.
Okay. But again, you don't have any recollection, would that be fair, of what was discovered in either of those garages? Is that right?
I'd have to review my logs and records, my notes.
Okay. And it's interesting that throughout your testimony in the last day or two, you didn't make reference of having to review your notes or logs about this case. Do you find it unusual that you have to review your notes and logs as part of a cadaver dog search of two apartments that were relevant to this case?
No, I knew I was going to be speaking about this search, so I reviewed my notes and logs and records for this Daybell property we were speaking of. I didn't know I'd be talking about the search warrants of the apartments, so I didn't review those prior to coming. And I've conducted many searches in the last 4 or so years.
Okay. Yeah. Now, you talked a little bit about the second floor and the view from the second floor of the Daybell residence. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. Have you been in that house?
Yes.
Okay. Are you aware that the so-called second floor is an attachment to the garage?
Yes.
Are you aware that when you leave the main residence, you have to go in the garage and then further go through another entranceway to go up a set of stairs to get into that attached structure to the garage?
Objection. Counsel is testifying. Move to strike from record.
Sustained.
Are you aware that the structure is an attachment to the garage? You've already testified that's correct?
Correct.
And you're aware that to gain entry to that attached structure to the garage, you have to leave the main residence. Are you aware of that?
Same objection.
World.
Yes.
Okay. And you don't have any knowledge personally of what that attached structure to the garage is used for, do you?
In that second story bedroom, there was a mattress on the floor. And on June 9th, there was a comforter and
Okay.
it was open and there were pillows there as if somebody had been
Okay.
sleeping in it. That's why I call it a bedroom.
Are you aware of who was residing in the residence at the time of September of 2019?
I am not.
Okay. Are you aware who was residing in that residence as of June of 2020?
I am not.
As far as the pictures are concerned of the garage, do you know who took those pictures?
I do.
Who took them?
ERT member Rachel Wright.
And that's a member of your staff, is that right?
She's an ERT member, correct?
Now, in the beginning, you had mentioned that you were staging up at the Salem Church with your ERT team prior to going to the Daybell residence. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Okay, and how many of you were there at the Salem Church staging on that morning? Do you recall?
I would guess that the 8 of us were,
Okay.
plus other law enforcement members.
Well, that's what I want to get at. How many other law enforcement members were also there?
I wouldn't know specific amount.
Okay. And then you had testified that you were waiting as your ERT team was up at the Salem Church for local law enforcement to secure the facility of the Daybell property. Is that right?
Correct.
How many people was it going to take to secure the property? Do you recall?
I don't.
Okay. Well, you had a meeting prior to going out to the Daybell property with all of the folks, law enforcement agencies involved in this case. Did you not?
We did.
Okay. So how many law enforcement agencies were you dealing with when you had that pre-meeting before going to the property?
I don't remember how many were there.
You don't remember how many agencies? You don't remember how many people?
Both.
So you don't know whether the Rexburg police was there, correct?
I'm sure the Rexburg Police Department was there
At the meeting?
at the meeting. Yes.
Fremont County?
Fremont County would have been there. Yes.
Anybody with the Attorney General's office?
That I wouldn't know.
Anybody from the prosecutor's office at that meeting?
I believe the prosecutor's office would have had a representative there. Yeah.
Do you know which one of these folks was at that meeting when the staging meeting?
Probably Rob Wood would have been there.
Okay. Madison County Police Department there at the staging meeting?
And I'm talking about the briefing meeting, probably the night before the staging meeting.
I am-
Not at this church, not at the church parking lot area. Does that make sense?
Yes, and that's what I'm
Okay,
talking about
okay.
too, officer. I'm talking about the meeting prior to, and I've said staging, and I apologize for
Okay.
that. I see where you're trying to correct me. Thank
Okay.
you. I'm talking about the pre-planning meeting before you approached the Daybell property.
Okay.
Was Madison County there as well?
I can't remember that, but they probably were.
Okay. So in essence, your team of 8 plus at the pre-planning meeting, representatives from Fremont County, Madison County, Rexburg Police, anybody else?
Other FBI employees?
So in essence, do you have a recollection, and I don't want to hold you to this specifically, but do you have a recollection of exactly how many law enforcement personnel were at this pre-planning meeting before approaching the Daybell property?
I don't.
Okay. Was it more than
Hey,
10?
Freakin.
Yes.
Good to see
More than
you.
20?
I can't speculate
Okay.
beyond that.
You were present there, right?
Yes.
Were you running the meeting?
No,
Who was running the meeting?
I don't remember.
Who's the one who initiated setting up the meeting with all of these folks before you went out to the Daybell property?
I don't know.
So you just folks all decided to get together the day before? Was there someone sending out a memo or some sort of note saying, hey, let's get together before we arrive at the Daybell property? Or was it just a spontaneous planning of a meeting?
I would guess that one of the case agents put it together, but I can't recall a head who put it all together.
But you're the person in charge of the search and the process of the search on the Daybell property in June 9th of 2020. Were you not?
I oversaw the evidence response team, and I oversaw the processing of evidence on the scene at the Daybell residence on June 9th and 10th.
So would it be fair to say when you arrived on June 9th in the morning, and my recollection is you arrived there about 7:30, is that right?
Yeah, just after, I think, but yes.
Okay. When you arrived there, do you have a recollection of how many law enforcement personnel were on site at the Daybell property from all of the agencies?
I think our logs show that just over 50 people were there on both days, and that would have been the totality of the entire day. So I don't know how many would have been there at 7:30 in the morning.
And I've taken the liberty of reviewing your logs and then saying that there were 50 people there. That's what you recollect. Is that right?
Just over 50 would be my guess.
And you're aware that Mr. Wood was one of those 50 who were there on site at the search of the burial of JJN Tiley. Is that right?
I know I saw him on scene. At the time, I didn't necessarily know who Mr. Wood was.
Okay. So when you met him the day before at the meeting, you didn't introduce yourself. Is that right?
I don't think so.
Okay. So prior to going out on any kind of an investigation of this case, you're telling me that the prosecutor was at the meeting before, the prosecutor was on the site, and you're in charge of the search. You never took the time to introduce yourself to the lead prosecutor in this case. Is that correct?
I don't remember doing so, and
Okay.
I was busy.
Okay. So would it be fair to say that there were a number of law enforcement personnel on that property in this rural piece of acreage? Would that be fair?
Yes,
And would it be fair to say that that would have caused at least some sort of an opportunity for people to look and see what's going on the property? Draw attention to the property, didn't it? Having all those people out there?
like what kind of people?
Well, you had to have security who prevented people from driving by. You blocked down the roads a little bit, did you not?
Oh, I believe the locals did block down the roads, yes.
And you had to stop people from driving by and gawking at what was going on, right?
I didn't do that, but
But you would agree in a situation where there's 50 law enforcement people ascending down onto a piece of property, that would have a tendency to draw some attention to what was going on, right?
maybe.
Do you think it's just another day out on the rural property that there's 50 people out on your property?
Objection argumentative.
Sustained.
Did you happen to notice anybody looking around to see what was going on the property that morning?
No, sir, I was busy.
Okay. But as part of your pre-planning meeting, you set up the time to make sure that the property was secured to avoid that very thing. Did you not?
I did not.
Okay. Was that a part of the discussion of the meeting before you went on the property that you need to secure the property and avoid people from gawking and looking at what was going on?
I did not discuss that.
Okay. How long of a meeting was this?
What the hell is his deal with gawking? You know what? Why don't you ask old man tits over there about children were buried in his yard? My God, this guy being such a dick to everybody. I don't think it's a good idea. I do not think it looks good for him to act like such a jackass. Your freaking Pillsbury Doughboy over there had children buried in his yard. Who do you think people were worried about fucking gawking? Very hostile with another. I know, I don't get that. But I don't think it's going to be good for him to jump everybody's ass. And especially when he's wrong. He is trying so hard to make everybody look stupid for saying there's an upstairs bedroom. There is an upstairs bedroom. That's where old fucking man tits was that day that people were gawking. That's where he was. That's what he doesn't want people to know. But quit acting like there wasn't an upstairs. There absolutely fucking is an upstairs. And he should know this. It's his property. Stupid. I can't believe. God, I keep wanting to understand that he has a hard job. I know he does, and he's all by himself. But you know what? He's so hateful. Remember last week how many times the judge had to tell him to stop it? Like the judge had to say, stop. Stop. You're not even giving people a chance to answer. You're just, God, oh my God. No one tried to stop someone from gawking. Well, you know what? Somebody would have stopped somebody from killing kids, but that wasn't an option. Shit ass. My God, sorry. He just makes me so mad.
I don't recall.
Now, when you arrived on the scene, you talked about the garage where these tools were located. Do you recall that?
Yes,
Okay. Did you happen to look at that garage?
yes.
Okay. The door of the garage was open when you folks arrived. Do you recall that?
I don't recall if it was opened or closed.
Okay.
Going metal. He does, though. He's so gross.
Were you present when the pictures were taken of the tools in the garage?
I don't recall being
I'm going to
present.
show you guys some pictures of his wife. He's been trying to make her sound like she was
Now,
she was fat, not
You showed
him.
some pictures of the property where the remains of
I'm going to
JJ
show you
were,
guys some pictures of her.
located. Is that correct?
She was such a good
Correct.
And
person.
it appeared to me that it was
So
some distance
sad.
from the back of the house. Would that be fair?
Here he is, worthless
be
as
fair.
tits on a
And how much
damn
of a
boar
distance,
hog.
based on your estimation, would you say it is from the back of the house to the site where JJ was excavated?
I don't know the distance.
Okay. And would you agree with me that the amount of lawn on the property at that time around the burial site of JJ Vallow, the grass was quite high?
I'm sorry, could you say that again?
The length of the grass around the site where JJ was excavated, would you agree that the grass was high?
In that general area, the grass was fairly high.
And would it be fair to describe that as sort of a pasture part of the property?
I wouldn't say yes or no to that.
Okay. Would it be fair to say that the area in front of JJ's burial site, there was a significantly large tree?
Near his burial site, for that property, there was a large tree.
Right. And when you say near his site, within a few feet, wouldn't you agree with that?
I wouldn't agree with that. I had somewhere that we have a measurement for that, so I would wait till I reviewed that to see what that measurement was.
Okay. And in looking at the pictures in front of JJ's burial site, there's a large irrigation pond of some kind. Would you agree with that?
Yes, there's a pond nearby.
And it didn't look like the lawn or the grass back there had been mowed in some time, right?
I don't know what kind of lawn or grass or pasture that was, or if you mow it, so I wouldn't.
Well, it was quite high, right? The grass?
I just don't know if you mow that grass. I don't know what you do to it. So
Did it look like it had been mowed?
it did not recently. No.
Okay. Now I want to go back a little bit, and I'm going to change gears a little bit, and I'm doing this for a reason. The theory.
Not
from
the
hospital
yard
is that
shit
the bodies
again,
were
huh?
placed in the ground for JJ
Wow.
and Tylee in the month of September of 2019. Is that correct?
This guy was not a
I don't know what the
farmer.
theory is.
Okay. And you found the jewelry, the piece of jewelry that you made note of around Tylee's neck. You showed a picture of a pendant around Tylee's neck. You recall that?
Are you talking about the silver charm?
Yeah, the pendant, the charm.
Okay. Yes, we collected a charm.
Okay. And let's assume for argument that the bodies were placed in September of 2019. When did you retrieve that pendant?
Well, I'm glad you think
And
it's
when did the
funny. I
picture
think
get
it's
taken?
kind of off-putting to a lot of people.
I don't know anything about the picture. We collected the charm.
I get
on
pretty
June 9th.
excited about stuff sometimes.
So again, for purposes of argument, September to June 9th. 10 months, 9 months later? Is that what?
I can just tell you when we collected the charm.
Do you know whether the charm was on the top of the ground?
Yeah, the silver charm was observable by eye. It was on top of the ground.
It wasn't like anybody was trying to conceal it.
All I can tell you is the charm was located on top of the ground.
Okay, well, let's put it this way. The charm was in plain view. Would that be fair?
We located the charm on top of the ground.
Now, in addition to removing the remains of Tylee from the ground, at that time, you also had access to a backhoe. Is that correct?
Correct.
And to make sure that you retrieved all of the potential skeletal remains or otherwise, you engaged in lifting the backhoe and removing dirt. Is that correct? Of Tylee's burial site.
We utilized the backhoe to help excavate around the area of her burial site before we knew where she was located. Yes.
Okay. And then after her remains were removed, did you engage in any more search to determine whether or not you got all of the remains out of the ground?
Yes.
And you're comfortable or relatively certain that you removed all of the remains possible from the gravesite of Tylee Ryan. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And you're relatively certain that as part of your search and the use of the backhoe, you've got all of the remains of JJ Vallow out of that site as well.
Yes.
Now, at the conclusion of your search on the first day, and approximately what time was that?
I would say it was sometime after 5 p.m. on the first day, June 9th.
Okay. What plans did you put in place to secure the property overnight?
It was the local Rexburg Police Department and Fremont County Sheriff's Office who secured the scene overnight.
Okay. And you don't know the number of officers or who was there to secure the scene, is that right?
I don't. It was their plan.
Okay. Now, as part of the investigation, and Judge, could I have exhibit 35 and 36, please?
Yeah, we'll have.
If I could just have a moment, Judge. Judge, if I could just have a moment, please.
That's so funny, K9. You cracked me up. I have never been anywhere where there's rules. I don't even understand that. Like, this kind of made me nervous. Yeah, I don't know. I don't even understand that. Pretty much a free for all
Judge, can I
around
retrieve
here.
a piece of paper from my desk. May I have permission to go to my desk and get a piece of paper?
Yes.
Thank you, Your Honor.
How about no, Dick? Freaking, are you still here? I wanted to tell you something. I don't even know about a rule like that. I would probably not go there if I
And
had
Judge, if I could
rules.
publish.
You may.
Everyone else in jail. Don't be a Richard. That's all. Yeah,
Sir,
I mean,
I'm showing
we
you,
just want to be
close up of the
respectful
tools.
here
Do
to
you
everybody,
recognize
but
that at all?
I do.
yeah, I don't.
Okay, and those are the tools that were in Mr. Daybell's, we would describe that as a garage. Would that be fair?
That would be fair.
Okay. And you're looking at the tools, and these are part
Oh,
of the
I'm
tools that you
definitely
felt that you would,
offensive. Myself.
determine whether they had some applicability to the digging of any graves or in any way involved in the processing of the burial sites. Would that be fair?
That would be fair.
Did you confiscate all of these tools?
No, we did not.
Did you have an opportunity to look at all of the tools?
Yes.
Okay, and you examined them personally, is that right?
I walked by all of these tools. Yes.
And you looked for them for potential issues that might be involved in whether they showed any signs of being involved in the site, right?
I just walked by all of these tools.
Yeah, that's actually the
And would this
best.
picture be
Yeah.
a fair
No, Dick.
representation of what the tools looked like on that particular day?
This zoomed in picture, or
Well, I'll zoom it back out if you'd
Okay.
like me to.
this is, I would call this an as-is photograph
Okay.
of what the tools look like as you walked into that
Okay.
main garage door.
So this would be what the tools looked like as you walked in, and then you directed, I think you said the name was Rachel Wright, to take pictures of that. Is that correct?
This would be what I would, this is one of her overall photographs that she would have taken.
Okay. And there was nothing that you identified in these tools that would indicate any issues
Oh,
of
that's
concern. Would that be
hilarious.
fair?
I love those.
No, I
I
wouldn't say
love that.
Okay.
K9. I'm
I'd
gonna.
like to zoom in on the large black handle.
I got
tool.
so many
Is
shirts I'm
there
gonna make
anything that you can
myself.
see on that tool that would cause you of any concern regarding part of the digging site of the Daybell property?
I'd have to look at the entire tool.
Okay, well, I wanted you to just look at the black handle. Is there anything on the black handle that indicates to you that there's any issues with that tool?
Again, it's kind of the totality of the tool
Okay,
and the situation, where it's at, where it's located,
okay,
proximity of the fire pit. So there's more than just looking at it.
Yeah, that's pretty funny. I like that.
okay. And you would agree there's like a little speck on the handle, right?
I wouldn't agree with that until I was able to see it in person, not just
Okay.
from this photograph.
We
I'd like
are.
to break for a moment and then reconnect if that's acceptable to the court.
Go ahead.
I wish I remembered I wanted to tell Freaking something. Damn it. Dang it.
Judge, could I have some light on?
Yes, I'll request our clerk, please accomplish that. Thank you.
I did learn that the reason the light is turned off over there, sometimes I thought Mantins asked for that, but actually it's the jury apparently. It was causing like a glare on their
Officer, you
screen or
previously
something.
testified that that's how you saw the tools when you first, from your recollection of when you first approached the the garage. Is that right?
When I would have done a
Oh yeah,
walkthrough,
we don't really
correct.
bicker here. We're actually the chat here is
And
great.
then at some point,
It's
the tools
awesome.
were removed at some point during the day, correct?
I carry them in my
And they were laid
purse.
out. Oops, I'm sorry, Judge. They were laid out on the ground for photographic purposes. Is that right?
The tools from that side, we laid some of
Oh
them
yeah,
out,
we don't hassle in
just
here.
under
We
the
have
garage door that was opened, just to
our
take an
chat is
overall
actually
photo
the
of some of
best
tools.
thing.
Not all of those tools were taken as evidence. That would be right.
Okay. And then Judge, again, I'd like to publish again.
Human.
Carry them in my purse. That is hilarious.
And then at some point during the day, the tools were removed and you placed them on the ground. Is that right?
Like this photo shows, the tools on the west side of this garage were laid out and this photograph was taken.
Okay. And you don't know exactly when that took place, right?
I don't have a time for you, no.
Okay. But sometime on June 9th or 10th, right?
Correct.
Okay. And were you the one who laid those tools out on the ground?
I did not.
Okay. So someone from your staff did that.
Someone on scene did that.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. All right. But you would agree with me that the tools in the prior picture were.
What do you
furnished in the
mean?
Subsequent picture. paid by
Somebody
some-
did.
Taken by someone.
Clearly somebody
who took
did.
it somewhat after the tools were removed and put on the ground. Is that right?
That the first picture we reviewed was taken prior to this picture. I
Yeah, that's a
agree.
good one. I heard they call him Slug.
I'm moving
in
in on
jail.
this picture. And do you see on the handle, the black handle?
Yes, I see.
Colin
you're
is
talking
a
about the
true
handle
blessing
of-
to
I
all
was
of
looking at the
us.
rake, but you're talking about maybe
So
the handle of
let's
the.
look at the black handle of the picture that I showed earlier. Now we're going to look at the black handle after it's on the ground.
Okay, I see the black
That
hand.
one? I
Zoom out.
think that's as far as I'm going to go. Zoom out. Okay.
Okay, so you're talking about the black handle of the shovel.
The shovel.
Okay, I see that.
Let's try this a little different. Now that's the same black shovel. What do you see on the handle of that black shovel?
Definitely. In a
It's-
great
It's
way.
hard to tell what that
Colin.
is.
Okay. It's something, right?
I can't tell what that is.
Well, I didn't ask you what it is. It's a different look than what was looking up when it was in the garage, right?
I can't say that for sure,
Okay.
but
All right. And Judge, again, I'd like to disengage.
I seriously have no idea what the hell I don't get it. What's going on here? This is so weird.
And Judge, again. If we could on the HDMI, Judge.
Okay, you want to publish something?
Yes, publish
What-
something
What are
else,
you
Judge, I'm
publishing?
sorry.
Ms. Pryor, what is being published?
Judge, and again, officer, I'll represent you. This is a close-up of the handle from the very first picture. Do you recognize?
so this is the same shovel handle?
Yes.
Okay.
From the first picture. And Judge, when you're ready.
Yeah, it can be published.
And again, officer, I'm looking for the difference from this first shovel to the one on the ground. Do you see any discernible difference, officer?
I don't think I'm seeing what you're trying to get me to see.
Okay, well, I'm not trying to get you to see anything. I just want you to tell me whether or not you see this shovel handle that's up against the garage wall.
I can see a black shovel handle.
Okay, fair enough.
Okay, we're good here, guys. Thank you. Okay, Canine Queen, I'll check it out.
And Judge, could we publish what's marked as Exhibit 36?
All right, Exhibit 36 may be published.
And obviously, at some point, officer, the shovels were placed back against the wall. Would you agree with that in a subsequent picture?
Correct.
Do you see anything unusual about the handle of the shovel from the picture on the floor?
From this picture, I don't see anything unusual.
Okay. Does that help?
I'm still not seeing anything.
Okay. So what I gathered, officer, is that at some point, pictures were taken of the shovels against the wall. That was the first picture I showed you, correct?
The very first picture, I think, was the as-is photo of the shovels against the wall.
And then subsequently, the pictures were shown to be on the floor of the garage, correct?
Correct,
And someone took the shovels from the wall and put them on the floor, correct?
correct.
And then at some point later than that, the shovels were taken from the floor and put on the garage wall, and that would be the last picture I took, correct?
Somebody moved them and put them against the wall and took a photo.
Right.
I don't know at what time
Okay,
that happened.
but you do know that the pictures were, in terms of a time frame, the pictures were, the first picture was the as-is photo, correct?
I know that. I know the first picture was the as-is photo because they were in place.
Okay, and then the other two photos, we don't know exactly when those were taken.
I'd have to look at our photo logs
Okay,
to kind of match that up for you to tell you which one was taken before the other. If that makes
Okay.
sense.
at any time, officer, did anybody during the digging of either of the grave sites use the Daybell's shovels to dig the grave sites?
No, they did not.
Did anybody use the pickaxe there on the Daybell grave site during your excavation?
No, they did not.
But nobody had access to the garage from the time you arrived at 7:30 on June 9th, is that right? Until Sorry, that wasn't particularly clear, was it?
No.
Thank you. Nobody other than law enforcement was able to go on the property on June 9th through June 10th during this excavation, other than law enforcement. Is that correct?
As far as I'm aware, yes.
So there wouldn't have been any citizens or anybody else who would have had access to the Daybell property from June 9th until June 10th, correct?
Correct.
So the shovels, as they see, were basically secured by your law enforcement or all of the law enforcement agencies that were there on those particular days. Would that be fair?
Fair.
Okay. Now, the burial site of JJ, we talked about that. That was approximately a foot and a half deep. Is that right?
I think it was just over 2 feet deep.
Okay. And then the length and the width, do you recall that?
I don't. I'd have to look at our information from our burial scanner.
And you were basing the ability to locate JJ's remains basically by some electronic data that you received indicating someone was there on the 23rd. Is that right?
One of the things we used was telephone ping information showing that somebody was in that area. But one of the reasons we showed you those photos we took was just to show you that it was fairly easy to walk to. As we walked towards that burial, that raised berm, it was pretty easy to distinguish where that burial site was.
And I appreciate that.
It was hidden though.
Judge, I'm going to
Mr.
object.
Pryor, I'm going to object to you talking over the top of his response, Mr. Pryor. Let him finish his answer.
And Judge, it's non-responsive.
Mr. Pryor, you just ran over me. Stop cutting people off in your cross, please, including me. Let the witness finish, and we'll never get an accurate record if you keep doing that. So please do that.
And Judge, my objection is non-responsive. I asked him about the electronic data. I didn't ask him about the rest of this colloquy.
Your Honor,
Ask another question, Mr. Pryor.
You engaged in the use of electronic data to locate the remains of JJ Vallow on the 23rd. Is that right?
That was just one of the things we used, the telephone ping information showing that there was a telephone ping in that northeast area by the pond was just one reason or indicator to show us to go look in that area.
Okay, thank you. And that northeast corner is adjacent to one of the main roads that runs by the front of the Daybell property. Is that right?
No, that's not right. The northeast part of the property sits back from the main road.
Okay, and it would be, in terms of a square,
Right?
if you're looking at the.
That's
Daybell
just what
property,
I was
it'd be on
going to
the
say.
upper left
Wow.
Portion of the Daybell property. Would that be fair?
No, it'd be on the
See,
upper
he is
right
not even,
If you're looking at the Daybell property.
when the judge has to
side.
yell
You're
at
talking about
you
front of the road, or-
Yes, that's right.
I don't know from which,
without there even
it's on the
being
northeast.
an
quadrant
objection
of the
from
property.
somebody else. Wow, wow,
And then the
wow.
location of Tylee's remains, would it be fair to say are in the center of the property, of the Daybell property?
Probably close. It's just east of that large red garage.
Okay. Now on the, you had made mention of a pet cemetery. I think that's the word you used. Is that right?
Correct.
And as part of the search, did you locate some pillars or what appeared to be a makeshift sign of some kind on the Daybell property?
Near the area that I call the pet cemetery, there were two wooden posts,
Right.
and in front of one of the wooden posts, there was a dog statue.
Okay. Okay. And was that part of the way you were able to identify where this pet cemetery was, by that dog statue?
When I initially designated an area of the pet cemetery, there was the dog statue that was an indicator.
Okay.
And then in front of the pet cemetery, or the dog statue, there were several depressions, which could be an indicator of burials. So I kind of made a square area
Okay.
or perimeter around those burials and called that the initial pet cemetery.
And was there also a tree somewhere in close location of those two pillars and poles?
I don't remember that.
Okay.
The Daybells call it a pet cemetery. Asswad. The hell's going? I cannot. This is not right, Love Louie. That was so awesome.
Let's go ahead and do redirect if you have any, Mr. Wood.
Just briefly.
And he actually freaking argued with them, though. Did you? Oh, good. Okay, thank you, Love Louie. Thank you.
Agent, you were talked to about by council about securing the scene
Yeah,
between the
my
9th of
grandson is
June
here. I
10th
watched my
and, excuse me,
2-year-old
June 9th and the
grandson.
morning of June 10th, correct?
Correct.
When you returned on June 10th, was the property in the same condition as you had left it on June 9th?
It was.
You were asked about some tools that you collected.
Yes.
When you collected those tools, what did you do with them?
We packaged it. At the end of the day, we packaged them and provided them to the Rexburg Police Department.
You were asked about JJ's burial site and electronic data that helped you find it. You were in the process of speaking about, let me rephrase that. What else led you to locate JJ besides the electronic data?
So besides that electronic data that just gave us kind of a general vicinity to look at, once we started progressing to that area, we showed you already the photographs that showed you how high the vegetation was in the general area, that whole pasture, whatever you want to call it. And as we progressed towards his burial, we kind of showed you how that vegetation right above the berm was different than everything around it. And that raised berm was different than everything around it. So once you were out there and you kind of see that difference, whether it's a depression or a berm, and it's just different than all of the surrounding area, that's what kind of drew our attention. So the ping might have got us to the general vicinity, that northeast quadrant, but once you were there and you kind of use our other trainings, techniques, it just honed us in on this is different. And then we could start excavating that site that we showed you earlier.
You were asked about a planning meeting.
Yes.
Do you recall when that took place?
I don't remember exactly, but I'm going to guess it was probably the night before the actual search warrant. So probably June 8th, the evening of June 8th is my guess.
And Mr. Pryor asked you if I was there.
Correct.
Do you recall the two Fremont County prosecutors who were there?
I don't. At the time, I didn't really know many people in the area. So
I believe earlier, well, you were asked about the pet cemetery.
yes,
Did you locate any pets in the pet cemetery?
we did.
What did you locate?
We found a dog remains and cat remains.
Your Honor, that's all I have.
All right. That will conclude the testimony then of Agent Daniels. I'm going to inquire from the state and the defense. Is there going to be any recall of this witness coming up?
Your Honor, we're not planning on it. However, we are advising all of our law enforcement that they will essentially remain under subpoena up through rebuttal.
Okay. And with that then, Agent Daniels, you are still subject to the exclusionary order, meaning please don't
Yes, glowing
watch the
metals.
trial because it is being live streamed.
It is
easily
absolutely
accessible,
the
or
best.
Observe any trial testimony so that you may
Yeah.
have the ability to be
I
recalled.
would
to
agree
testify
with
if
that
necessary.
100%.
All right, thank you. That'll conclude your testimony. You can go ahead and step down. All right, at this point, I'm going to suggest maybe we take the mid-morning recess before we call the next witness and allow the gallery to fill back in on the other side of the courtroom. Is there going to be any need to have, is there any concern with putting them back there with the next witness or the evidence that might be presented?
No, Your Honor, there's not going to be any graphic images shown.
All right. Thank you.
Oh,
Let's go
exactly.
ahead and, take our recess then. Let's try and come back on at about 20 after.
Okay,
So,
see, this is what's
we'll
awesome
Come
is
back on for more evidence then.
we're going to fly right past that.
All right, please.
Right to man tit standing up there. I'm going to shoot. I want to show you guys something. You know what? I'll get it all ready for next time. But I was looking at Tammy Daybell's, the foundation her family started, the Facebook for the foundation. She was not, we already know she was in great shape. I don't know about how thin she was. I don't know about any of that. I never did really. I didn't pay much mind. But we know she was in good shape. But there's some really good pictures on there, and I'm going to show you guys in a little bit. Like, it's just so sad. Seriously, it is. And to dog her out is so gross. I can't stand these people. But anyway, I did want to say, I forgot earlier to tell you guys that we actually won some money on the Derby this weekend. Yeah, because most of you know our latest grandbaby is named after his late uncle, Dan. And so there was a horse this time, it was called Mystic Dan, and he won. Yay. Yep. So we did pretty good on the race. And then just that's exactly right. Yes. No, you know what? When you hear about everything that, like, she never had any money, she worked all the time. You know, I mean, it's just disgusting. It is just so disgusting, everything. And for them to get up here and badmouth her, it just drives me insane. It does. It makes you so frustrated that they have the nerve to, you know, try to shame her when he's all Humpty Dumpty there. Come on. Hello, Natalia. Cool. I know, right? Isn't that so cool? Actually, Mr. Snotty and I both bet on 4 different horses, and 3 of the ones we bet on came in. They all showed. They were all 1, 2, 3. Just one that I bet on didn't do anything, but the rest all were 1, 2, 3. It was really cool. I know. Isn't that so neat? I know. You guys, Beck was, oh my God, she was going crazy. When it came to a photo finish, I had to walk away because I was so nervous. And I told her that, and she's like, oh, not me. I just kept getting closer and closer to the TV. Oh my God. She was so excited. Oh my God. I said, I'm going crazy for Preakness. I seriously cannot wait for Preakness. You imagine if Dan wins the Triple Crown? Oh my God. It'll be crazy. I can't wait. I think he's going to. Yeah, it was wild. I don't know if you guys watch it, but seriously, it was literally oh my gosh. It was a photo finish. It was right there. But so, yeah, I'm thinking I really need to buy a lottery ticket because last week I won at the casino and we won at the races, and because I don't ever do this. More luck on your way to Ducky. A bit more luck. Really? Oh wow, Colin. Ha ha. Oh my God. Yeah, right. I wish I did. I never win shit. Ever, ever, ever. I'm so excited. Yeah, yeah. I really think I'm going to go and get it. Well, that's what I've been saying it since Saturday. And I haven't yet. But I think I'm going to do it. Oh, did you? Okay, I've got, you know what? I have so many emails. I tried so hard. I even turned my phone off this weekend for a little while so I could go through some comments, emails. I'm so behind on stuff. It's crazy. I'm just jumping in there to find the winners of things so that I can, you know, I got to handle people who won something and get that taken care of. So other than that, I haven't really been reading. In fact, I'm supposed to, I was 5 weeks behind. Mr. Snotty and I every week get a question that we answer for Dan. At the end of the year, it's called Storybook. And that's, what was I going to say? But I haven't answered in 5 weeks. Seriously. That's how bad I am right now. Buy me one, I'll send you the money. Yeah, just like, you know, I don't ever pick the numbers because I know that I can't. But I haven't done it for like, God, I can't even remember the last time I bought a lottery ticket. You don't have one. Okay, yeah. I'll do that. I'll do it with you. Yeah, Mr. Snotty has, I don't even know what he has. I don't have cash apps. I have no talent or tact and just like mess around with everything. Yeah, right. Yeah. I'm not big on gambling at all. But I was by myself. I don't ever get to be by myself. And I was like, you know what? I'm going to pop in for a minute. I didn't expect to be able to stay, much less come home with money, because that doesn't really happen. I just do it for fun. Please rub some. I know, right? I seriously never win. I mean, I'm not even joking. But yeah, it was really exciting to see that race for sure. I will say that we have decided that we were going to go next year to the Derby. Because that's been a bucket list of mine forever and ever. So Queen and I are going to go and meet Gerri there. Fun, right? Okay, I need to shut my mouth and get this going here. I might as well. Hey, no. But yeah, isn't that so exciting? For that judge to jump his ass. And this guy's done. So I think this is going to be more of, hey, the people that were part of their nonsense. That's what I think. I don't really know anything, but I have a good feeling. Who is this? Okay, I'll put it on. Is Dan your son, Miss Jackie? No, that's good. That's fine. Dan is, he was my stepson.
Thank you. Please be seated.
Pull out. Melanie is, see, I
Your Honor, may we
wondered.
approach briefly before calling the next witness?
You know, Lovely, I thought when I was getting it ready to back up, I was so tempted because I thought it looked like Ian Pulaski on the stand. And I was like, is there any way Melanie's going to... Don't fail me now, you piece of crap, internet. Hey, try me. Hey. No, absolutely not. Nope, we're not going to do that. Oh my God. Is it keeping up the robot? Seriously? Oh, don't. I have been waiting for this one for a long time because that stupid bitch got out of it last year. I wanted them to charge her so bad. Oh my God. I want this bitch to be charged for a lot of stuff, but she should have gotten charged with contempt minimum last year. Oh, I did. You know what I say about my stepkid, I'm not their mother, but they are my kids. You know, he was my son. I was very close with him. Hey, Hondo. She calls Lori mom. Yeah, does she on the stand? Shut up. I will smack that bitch. I swear I will. She lives around me somewhere, I think. Is she in Arizona? I know Brandon's in Arizona. I don't know. She might be in Utah. I would love to flick her. Actually, I'd like to punch her. Oh. Oh my God, if you guys... Jack has this thing. You know, on your charger, that middle piece, like that. He's acting like it's a phone and he's all just talking up a storm to it. Oh my God, it's hilarious. Oh, no problem.
All right, the state can call its next witness.
Your Honor, the state will call Melanie Pulaski.
Oh my God. Oh my God. I have waited for this forever. Oh my God. Holy shit. Right? Oh my God. I can't. I think I have heard that she called her mom. I can't remember. What a stupid bitch. These people are some evil ass people. Oh my God. I can't believe this is happening right now. I cannot believe it.
You solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth.
I can't stand her voice. I can't stand. Oh my God, here we go. Okay, I'm going to zip it. I can't get anything loud enough, I don't think. Yeah, I know, Pretzel. Dobby's got a
All right, the
very
witness has
foul
been
mouth.
sworn. Before we begin with direct examination, I am going to inquire from the witness because this trial has been both live streamed and open to public access. Ms. Pulaski, have you reviewed or watched any of the trial testimony since this case started?
No, sir.
Have you talked to anybody about the testimony they've given at trial?
No, sir.
Okay, that'll conclude my inquiry. Then you may inquire Ms. Blake on direct.
Thank you, Your
Oh my
Honor. Would you
God,
please state
yes,
your
Miss
name and
Blake's
spell
going to
your
do
last
it.
name for the
Yes,
record?
yes, yes.
Yes.
Oh my
Melanie
God.
Pulaski.
Happy day.
MELANIPAWLOWSKI.
Oh my God.
Ms. Pulaski, do you know an individual named Lori Vallow?
Yes,
How do you know her?
she's my aunt.
Do you know an individual named Alex Cox?
Yes,
And how do you know him?
he was my uncle.
And do you know an individual named Chad Daybell?
Yes,
How do you know him?
he married my Aunt Lori.
Do you recall approximately when he married your aunt?
I believe they were married sometime in November of 2019.
And had you met him prior to Lori and he getting married?
Yes,
In relation to your relationship with Alex Cox, were you close with him?
yes,
And how about with Lori? Were you close with her?
yes,
At some point, did you look to Lori as a mother figure?
yes.
And when you met, do you recall approximately when you met Chad?
I believe in November of 2018.
Did you continue to interact with Chad from that point on?
Through Lori,
So when you say through Lori, would you communicate with Chad through Lori?
she would say, Chad said to tell you this, or it would be mostly through Lori for the most part.
Would you also send messages to Chad through Lori?
Yes,
Did that include you asking Chad for guidance or advice?
yes,
Would you say at some point you developed a close relationship with Chad?
yes,
At some point, did you eventually begin referring to him as dad?
yes,
Shut up. Shut up.
At some point, did Lori and Chad begin sharing teachings with you or their purported beliefs?
yes,
Do you recall them sharing some teachings regarding light and dark?
yes,
Do you recall which one of them, or if it was both of them that shared those things with you?
both.
And when you say both, at times, were they both together when they shared those with you?
Both together and separate.
So at times just Lori would share them,
Yes.
and at times just Chad would share them. Is that fair?
I don't know if I remember a time where it was just Chad. I do remember them being together and then with just Lori.
And with what Lori was teaching you, do you know where those ideas were originating from?
I believe they came from Chad.
Do you recall what they taught you or told you in relation to light and dark?
From what I remember, Chad was said to have a gift to spiritually discern, and he could see light and dark, or if a person had good intentions, but that he could see through and had that gift.
And did you ever learn about him having some kind of a tool or something that he would use to help him discern light and dark?
Yes.
What did you learn about that?
That he had a pendant or like necklace, something to that effect, that he could like a pendulum kind of thing, where he could get an answer to something he wanted to know.
And it looks like, and just for the record, it looks like you were making a swinging motion with your hand. Is that correct?
That's what I've seen from other people that will use like a tool or something like that, I think you swing it, and if it swings one way, it means yes or no. I'm not sure exactly.
And was it your understanding that Chad always had to use that tool to discern light and dark?
From what I remember being told is that he didn't always need that. It was just something extra he could use.
At some point, did Chad and Lori teach you about castings?
Yes.
What do you recall them teaching you regarding castings?
From the basis of where it comes in the scriptures, where you raise actually, I don't even know if that specifically is in the scriptures, but where you raise your right hand and can cast out a dark spirit or a demon. But they would explain how to do that, and the correct way to do that, or sharing different ideas on how what that could mean.
And did they teach you who castings would be done on or for?
Yes.
And who were those individuals?
That you could do, you could cast out at any time for anybody if you feel like you're being inflicted with some type of dark spirit or a bad feeling, that anybody at any time could raise their right hand to the square and cast out.
Did you participate in any castings?
Yes.
Do you recall who those castings were done on or for?
I remember one where Lori invited us over to do a casting on Charles.
And
or for
had,
Charles.
oh, sorry.
Sorry.
And you said it was done on Charles?
Yes.
Had you been told anything in relation to Charles being dark at that point?
I think at that time they believed, and Lori and Chad believed, Charles was affected by some type of dark spirit.
When you participate in a casting, is the person there? So was Charles physically present when you participated in the casting?
No.
And as part of the casting, was anything physically being done to Charles?
I'm not
By
gonna
any of you?
understand. Oh, no.
So he's not there. No one's laying hands on him during a casting.
No.
At some point, did you learn whether or not JJ had been labeled as dark?
Yes.
And what did you learn in relation to that?
An objection based on foundation
And Your Honor, I'm just asking broadly if at some point she learned that.
and so overruled.
At some point, did you learn that JJ had been deemed dark?
Yes.
Do you recall what you learned in relation to that?
I don't remember super clearly on that, but just that at some point JJ was affected by some type of darkness.
Did you ever learn anything in relation to Tylee being labeled as dark?
Yes.
And what did you learn in relation to that?
That I believe Chad labeled her as dark.
Do you know who it was that labeled JJ as dark?
I assume that it was Chad.
And is that because Chad had the ability or
Judge, I'm going to object at this point. It's bleeding.
Sustained.
previously had you learned about Chad having the ability to discern light and dark?
Yes.
In the casting you participated in, do you recall if Lori was present?
Yes.
Do you recall if Chad was present?
I believe he was.
Do you know?
I'm sorry, Ms. Pulaski, could you maybe pull the mic a little closer? I think we're barely picking you up.
Yes, sorry.
You're welcome.
And it might be directional too if you pop it just under your chin.
Okay.
That's better.
Is
Thank
that
you.
better?
Do you know where the idea of castings, the way that Chad and Lori were teaching it, originated from?
Judge, could I have some foundation objection?
Your Honor, I'm asking if she knows where it originated.
Overruled.
Sorry, could you say it again?
Do you know where the idea of casting, how Lori and Chad were teaching it, where it originated from or who, with whom?
From what I remember, their teachings and their ideas were constantly changing, but I believe the original idea came from the Julie Rowe podcasts where she would teach how to cast out, and she had a like a long way of doing that. And then I think they kind of both, and Chad and Lori, when I say both, kind of added their own ideas to that from there.
And we talked a little bit about Tylee, but did you know Tylee, Ryan?
Yes,
And how did you know her?
she was my cousin.
Do you recall when the last time you saw Tylee was?
I believe the last time I saw her was when she was packing up in Arizona, preparing to move with her mom and with JJ.
And do you know JJ Bello?
Yes,
And how did you know him?
he was my cousin.
And you last saw him around that same time?
Yes.
Prior to Lori moving, do you recall Charles passing away?
Yes.
Do you recall learning of Charles passing?
Yes.
Who did you learn about it from?
From what I remember, my ex-husband pulled me into the garage and had Adam Cox, my uncle, on the phone. And he said,
I'm going to object at this point. Calls for hearsay.
Sustained.
Your Honor, and I would say it doesn't go for the truth of the matter. It goes for the effect on the listener.
I'll still sustain the objection. The question was, what did she learn? And that's coming directly now from some hearsay, so it's sustained.
So you learned from Adam Cox.
Judge,
Yeah.
the witness is being led. Objection.
I'll sustain that as well. That was a leading question. Strike the answer.
Who did you learn? Who told you about Charles passing?
I remember Adam Cox told me my
I'm
ex.
going to object at this point. The response calls for hearsay.
Overruled.
Yes, be careful, Queen.
You can continue.
My uncle Adam Cox, I remember, was on speaker on my ex-husband's phone, and he said Charles had been murdered.
Judge, I'm going to move to strike. I previously objected.
That's sustained. The answer is stricken.
At some point, did you speak with Lori about Charles' death?
Yes.
What do you recall what she told you regarding Charles' death?
Yes, I remember I went to her home and her and Tylee were still shooken up from it, but they explained that there was some type of fight that my uncle Alex got into with Charles and that Alex shot Charles.
Were you aware if Chad had ever designated Alex to have a certain role in this life?
Judge, I'm
Um,
going to object. There's lack of foundation.
Overruled.
You can answer if you know.
I'm not sure specifically what that was, but probably designated something.
That-
Did you ever talk to Alex about Charles' death?
Yes.
What did Alex tell you?
He told me that Charles had become enraged and that he got into a physical fight with him, that there was a baseball bat involved, and that Charles had hit Alex in the back of the head with a baseball bat, and then he ended up shooting him with his gun that he had.
And this took place prior to Lori moving to Rexburg, is that correct?
Yes.
Did you ever talk to Lori about why she was moving to Rexburg?
I don't know if she told me she was moving right off the bat. She was kind of I just remember when she was moving, she was telling everybody different things, kind of where she's moving, or that she was needed to be protected and had to protect the kids, that she was going into hiding.
So she mentioned needing to be protected.
Yes.
Who else moved with her, if you know, when she left to Rexburg?
She took Tylee and JJ, I believe, with her when she moved to Rexburg, and Alex Cox helped them move.
Did Alex Cox also move?
Yes.
At some point after they moved to Rexburg, did you end up visiting them?
Yes.
Do you recall approximately when that would have been?
I believe it was the end of September, on a weekend when I wasn't with.
Oh,
my
don't
children.
apologize, Hondo. I don't care.
Where did you stay? When you
Doesn't
were
bother
in
me at all.
I stayed at the apartment that Lori was staying at.
We don't have those kind of
When you
rules.
arrived, did you see JJ?
No.
This
Yes.
place.
I'm going to object on the basis if we could just have some foundation as to time and date.
Your Honor, she said one of the last weekends in September.
I'll overrule it.
And to clarify, was this of 2019?
Yes.
When you arrived, was JJ there?
No.
Was Tylee there?
No.
Do you recall if Melanie Gibb or David Warwick were there during your visit?
I don't remember them being there during my visit, from what I remember.
Did you ask Lori where Tylee was?
Yes.
What did she tell you?
I got a few different answers, but one I remember clearly was that she was with a friend from college at BYU, and that she was kind of doing her own thing. But that's one of the main answers that she would give.
Did you ask where JJ was?
Yes.
What did she tell you about JJ?
She said she had hired a nanny there in the area, and that the nanny helped a lot with JJ.
Prior to going up there to visit, had you spoken with Lori on the phone?
Yes.
Did you ever hear Tylee or JJ in the background?
Not that I remember.
During that visit, did you see Chad Daybell?
I don't remember if I did or didn't.
In October, do you recall going on a trip with
This
Lori?
bitch is a liar. She
Yes.
knows full
Where
well
did you
those
go?
kids were dead.
Sorry, you said October?
Yes, October.
We went to Hawaii.
Do you recall going somewhere with her prior to traveling to Hawaii?
Yes.
And where was that?
Missouri.
When you went to Missouri, was Tylee with you?
No.
Was JJ with you?
No.
Did you ask Lori where they were?
Yes.
What did she tell you?
I think she said that the nanny was helping with JJ, and I don't think Tylee at the time needed like a babysitter. She was old enough to kind of be independent. Or maybe it could have been too that Tylee was helping with JJ. I can't remember exactly.
You know, Mr. Snotty
you ever
doesn't
hear
fish.
Lori on the
My
phone
son
with them
does,
while you were
though.
in
My
Missouri?
son loves
No.
fishing.
And then you said
I'll
you
have to
traveled to
tell him.
Hawaii with her in October as well.
Yes.
And again, is this October of 2019?
Yes.
Do you recall approximately what part of October, what time in October you went to Hawaii?
I believe it was in the middle of October.
Was JJ with you in Hawaii?
No.
Was Tylee with you in Hawaii?
No.
Did you ask Lori where they were?
I believe I did. I probably would have, yes.
And do you recall what she indicated to you?
I don't. Probably one of the same answers she had been.
Judge, I'm going to move for objection speculation. She answered the question.
Sustained.
Did you ever hear Lori on the phone with JJ or Tylee while you were in Hawaii?
No.
Did you hear her on the phone with Chad Daybell?
I heard her on the phone, but she would put headphones in, so I never knew who she was talking to.
Did you know the nature of Chad and Lori's relationship?
Somewhat, or I thought I did. Now I have different ideas, but
At the time, did you think they were really close?
yes.
Do you know or did you observe them talk on the phone a lot?
I'm going to object at this point without some foundation.
You can answer if you know.
Can you ask that again?
Do you observe them talk on the phone a lot?
Lori always had headphones in, but I assumed
Judge, I'm going to object. Calls for speculation.
answer is, so it's sustained.
Did Lori ever tell you that she would talk to Chad?
Yes.
Did Lori ever tell you that she would exchange text messages with Chad?
I assumed she texted with Chad. I don't think she ever, I mean, probably, she probably would say I texted Chad and he said this.
And she would give you messages from Chad, correct?
Yes.
So you knew, based on what she was telling you, she'd been in communication with Chad.
Yes.
Did something happen back in Idaho while you were in Hawaii?
Yes.
And what was that?
Tammy Daybell passed away.
How did you learn that information?
Audrey, who was staying with us,
Judge, I'm going to object. It's going to call for hearsay.
At some point while you were there, you learned of Tammy's passing, though.
yes.
How did Lori seem to be?
She, from what I could tell, seemed in a state of shock, just surprised.
Did Lori head back to Idaho after that?
Yes.
Did you head back to Idaho right away?
No, I stayed longer.
Was someone else supposed to go on the trip with you and Lori to Hawaii?
I think I found out later that Alex was going to come with us on that trip.
Why didn't Alex go?
Lori said Chad had something that he needed help with.
At some point, did Chad or Lori talk to you about the Church of the Firstborn?
Yes.
What, if anything, did they
What?
indicate in relation
Hear
to
that?
Chad's role with the Church of the
Oh
Firstborn?
my God.
That Chad believed he was to help organize and learn more about the Church of the Firstborn.
Did Chad and Lori ever share with you what they believed their mission in this world to be?
I believe it was to help with the second coming of Jesus Christ.
And we talked about the dark and light and you turning to Chad for advice. Were those some of the things that you would ask Chad if someone was dark or light?
Yes.
I don't know. I don't know. who
At
they
some
are.
point, did you learn a different term for people that were
They
possessed?
look weird
Yes.
though.
And what was that term?
She looks different.
Zombie.
Do you recall who introduced that term to you?
I believe it was Lori.
At some point, did Chad or Lori also talk to you about what it meant if someone was possessed or became a zombie, where the actual person would go?
Yes.
What did you learn in regards to that?
So that there was some type of darkness that you couldn't cast out. And so if this, that the Lord in his due time would have to take, that person would pass away because this darkness was too much or something like that.
So if someone were to be possessed and with a strong enough entity, essentially the body would have to die.
Judge, that's leading, calls for
Sustained.
speculation.
That's a sustained on leading.
If someone became too dark, would the body have to die?
Judge, leading.
Overruled.
I believe so. That I think that was their idea, that they would pass away because they couldn't have this darkness inside them.
Melanie
Or that it overtook
Pulowski's
them.
on Life with Mommy.
And do you know where that idea originated from or with who?
Judge, calls for speculation.
Overruled.
The zombie idea or
The idea that the body would have to expire.
I'm not sure where it originated, but I believed it to be Chad.
Take that, man tits. Up yours. You killer. Murderer. Sick fuck.
At some point, did you have conversations with Chad and Lori about law enforcement?
Yes.
What did they tell you in relation to law enforcement?
They told me that law enforcement was corrupt and that they were after them and that they couldn't be trusted.
Did they tell you anything in relation to whether or not to speak with law enforcement?
Yes.
And what did they tell you?
They told me don't speak with law enforcement.
Judge, can I have some foundation?
Overruled.
Objection.
At some point, do you recall if specific law enforcement officers were identified as dark by Chad and Lori?
Yes.
Who were those officers?
Detective Aramasio and I want to say Detective Hope. Is that? I'm not sure if that's right. It was somebody who was related to Tammy's family, I think.
And those are the two you specifically remember being named?
Yes.
At some point, did Chad, well, let me back up. Where were you living in November of 2018?
I moved up
Or
to
2019, excuse me, November 2019.
I moved up to Rexburg the first week in November of 2019.
Were you also living there in December of 2019?
Yes.
At some point, did you learn JJ and Tylee had been declared missing?
Yes.
Did Chad tell you anything in relation to where you should be living?
I remember that he said that Madison County wasn't safe and to wait until the whole thing blew over, but that I should move away out of that county for the time being.
And was this after the children had been deemed missing?
Yes.
Did you have occasion to observe Lori and Alex together?
Yes.
What did you observe about their relationship?
That they, from what I could tell, just had a playful, fun sibling relationship, would help each other out as brother, sister.
Would Alex do what Lori asked?
I'm not sure everything she's asked him, but for the most part, he would help her if she needed his help with something.
Did you have an opportunity to observe Alex and Chad together?
Yes.
What did you observe about their relationship?
Alex admired Chad and looked up to him like a brother.
Would Alex do what Chad asked him to do?
Objection calls for speculation.
I believe he had enough trust in Chad that he would listen to him.
And you talk about learning Alex stayed behind from Hawaii because Chad needed his help with something?
I believe that's what Lori said, that he was going to come with us, but ended up not working out.
When law enforcement were looking for the children, did you observe anything about how Alex seemed to feel about that or behave?
He seemed calm and normal, just collected his normal self. Like,
And did Alex tell you anything in relation to how Chad reacted to law enforcement getting involved?
I don't remember who told me, but it was,
Object calls for speculation. It's hearsay.
Sustained.
Did you ever talk to Chad about concerns you had regarding tracking devices?
yes.
What do you recall about that?
Chad reached out and told me that my ex-husband was following me and had put a tracking device on my car.
Did that turn out to be true?
Yes.
Did that make you trust him more?
Chad?
Yes.
It validated a lot of the things he was saying, for me at least.
I may have just a moment.
You may.
I have no further questions.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Blake.
Like I say, this would be laughable if it wasn't so horrible. That stupid shit. Look at that stupid fucker walking up
All right.
there. I hate
Cross-examination,
you.
Mr. Pryor.
Oh my God.
Good morning, Ms. Pulaski.
Good morning.
I want to start off with the trip to Hawaii. Can you tell me when approximately you and Lori went to Hawaii?
I don't know the exact dates, but it was towards the middle or end of October.
And how long of a trip did that detail?
I believe it was a week, right around a week or 10 days, maybe.
Do you have any recollection of Lori ever leaving in that relative period for a longer trip to Hawaii, like 2 months or longer?
During the month of October.
No, in 2019, 2020.
After, I guess if this answers your question, like after December when they left to Hawaii.
Well, I'm referencing a time when JJ was with Charles and Lori went to Hawaii for some time during that period. Do you remember that?
I'm not sure how long she went to Hawaii for.
February and March of 2019. Do you recall that?
I'm not sure what dates it was.
Okay. I want to go over a little bit of a procedural history so I get some context as to where you were living. So in November of 2018, where were you living?
2018, I was living in Gilbert, Arizona.
And you were close to Lori and Lori's residence as well?
Yes.
Okay, how close?
If I remember right, she was living in her Chandler house, so probably 10, 12 minutes.
And in November of 2018, did you at that time know a person by the name of Melanie Gibb?
Sometime in 2018, I think was when I was introduced to Melanie Gibb.
Do you remember when in 2018?
I think towards the November sometime.
Did you participate in go to a seminar in 2018 with Melanie Gibb and Lori?
There was one Prepare People event that I attended, and I believe, I don't remember if she was there, but Chad was speaking at it.
Okay. And prior to that time, are you aware whether Lori had been introduced to Chad prior to November of 2018?
I believe she had already met him by November 2018.
Oh, okay. And you had already met Melanie Gibb at that time as well?
I believe so.
And you traveled to this Preparing the People conference?
It was in my city, or just in Mesa, I believe.
And Preparing the People, explain to me what that is.
It was my first time attending. I didn't know much about it, but Chad was speaking amongst a few other people, and it was like a mostly LDS based ideas of the second coming, or how to prepare for the end of times.
Okay. And thank you for bringing that up. These Preparing the People conferences, these gatherings are based on your LDS faith. Is that right?
Objection, Your Honor, misstates the testimony.
Sustained.
Based on ideas of LDS faith.
Some of the ideas there were LDS based.
Okay. And when you said the idea about the second coming,
Yes.
is that one of the ideas that's LDS based?
Yes.
Okay. So these Preparing the People conferences are not anything that's inconsistent with being a member of the LDS Church. Is that right?
Not that I saw.
Okay. And you were there for the conference, right?
Yes, I went to that one conference.
Now,
Pretty
I
common
came across some
among
information on,
Christians, quite honestly.
something called Seven Gatherers. Remember that?
It doesn't really ring a bell.
Okay. And you don't recall being involved with an organization called the Seven Gatherers with Melanie Gibb and Lori and Saluma Pastenes?
Objection, Your Honor, counsel's testifying.
Overruled.
Do you recall being involved in an organization called the Seven Gatherers with Melanie Gibb, Saluma Pastenes, Lori, and yourself?
I don't remember being a part of a group called the Seven Gatherers.
Okay. Now, you previously testified that, well, I'll ask it this way. The vast majority of the information that you received about Chad came only from Lori. Is that fair?
Yes, most everything came through Lori.
So you didn't confirm any of this with Lori. You basically took your aunt's word when she said Chad talked about these various topics. Would that be fair?
Yes.
Okay. And when Lori talked about moving from Arizona,
Right, Love
up to
Louie? He's
Idaho,
trying really hard for
indicated that
everybody to know
she
about
wasn't
it, though.
particularly clear
Yeah.
actually where she was going to move at that point. Would that be fair?
Yes.
In
Second
fact, there was a
coming,
discussion with Lori at the time after
common to
Charles's death
Christians.
that
This other
she
shit, no.
talked about living with Melanie Gibb. Do you recall that?
I didn't know she planned to live with Melanie Gibb.
She never told you that?
That doesn't sound familiar at all.
Okay. So if Lori were to make a representation that she would be,
Objection, Your Honor, counsel's testifying,
Sustained.
and move to strike.
Stricken.
so this idea of light and dark, you originally mentioned that the light and dark is, well, I guess I would like you to clarify. Are you saying that the mentioning of light and dark is something that's within the LDS faith in terms of the scriptures?
It does talk about light and dark in the scriptures.
Okay. So that was not a unusual or a new subject to you as part of being of the LDS faith. Is that right?
I didn't have a great grasp on it, but
Okay.
from what I understood it, the basis came from the scriptures.
Now, did you ever speak directly, and I mean face to face, to Chad about the children?
Are you referring to Tylee and
Kylie and
JJ?
JJ?
I don't know if I did.
Okay. So, and so any sort of information that you received about what Chad may have said, quite frankly, almost all of it came from Lori Vallow, did it not?
Most of it came from Lori Vallow.
What
You
about when
mentioned
you
the name
called him
Julie
dad?
Rowe.
What about
Um,
then?
That name has come up previously. How do you know Julie Rowe?
I've never met Julie Rowe.
Do you know anything about what Julie Rowe does for an occupation?
Objection, Your Honor, relevance.
Overruled.
You
I
mentioned-
believe she had a set of podcasts where she would talk about spiritual beliefs.
Okay. Did you ever attend any of her gatherings?
No.
And as far as Melanie Gibb, did you ever participate in any of Melanie Gibb's podcasts?
No.
Okay. Now, this idea of casting, you mentioned the idea of casting. Was that casting also part of your LDS faith?
It talks about casting out in the scriptures. I wasn't very familiar with it, but it,
Okay. So when we're talking about casting's talked about in the scriptures, we're talking about the LDS scriptures, are we not?
yes.
Okay. And then I want to ask you a little bit about the term energy work. Are you familiar with that term?
Yes.
And what does that mean?
I think some people believe in doing different types of energy work.
And
I guess
what,
I don't
give me
know
an example
exactly
of a
what it
type of
means.
what type of energy? What would be an example of a type of energy work?
I'm not super familiar on it, but from people I've met that do energy work, they will either almost like a reading.
Okay.
They'll say if you have certain cords attached or certain connections to like your ancestors.
Okay.
I does that answer your question?
Yeah, it kind of does. But the term of vibrations, have you heard that term before?
Yes.
And what is vibrations?
I believe in energy work that you could be on a higher or lower vibration, like a frequency.
And that frequency is used for what?
100% glowing meadows, 100%.
I'm sorry, I don't know. I'm not super familiar on
Okay.
frequencies.
Who the hell
Would
are
it be
any
fair to
of
say that
us?
some of this energy work is to be able to communicate with other entities?
Yes,
Okay. It could be used to communicate with the dead, right?
yes,
Ancestors.
yes.
Okay. And did you ever participate in energy work with Lori and Melanie Gibb?
I didn't really know a whole lot about energy work. From what I remember, I think Melanie Gibb was more familiar with it. So I would listen to their ideas, but I don't know if
Right. And your recollection is Melanie Gibb was the one who was instructing you and Lori about the different aspects of vibrations and energy.
Objection, Your Honor. Counsel's testifying. These are facts, not in evidence.
Abstain.
Move to strike.
The question is stricken.
Would Melanie Gibb teach you about this vibrations and energy work?
I don't remember talking a lot with Melanie Gibb about vibrations or energy work.
You do have a recollection, though, that Melanie Gibb was more versed in the understanding of
Objection,
energy.
Your Honor, misstates testimony.
Overruled.
You do have a more distinct recollection of Melanie Gibb teaching you about the different aspects of energy work, right?
I don't have a distinct memory of talking about all the different aspects
Okay.
of
But
it
she was
with her.
well versed in it.
Right.
I'm sorry, Judge.
Cutting her off before she's done, please. You can complete your answer.
Thank
Sorry, I don't think I was going with that.
All right, I'll re-ask it. I apologize for interrupting
Okay.
you. I've got it in here and I want to bring it out and it's coming out too fast. So I'll try to slow down. Melanie Gibb had a better understanding of this vibrations and energy work than you did.
I believe so. Yes.
And this was something that, were you aware of whether she went to remote camps and talked about this energy work?
Yes, she told me she went to camps and different things for that.
Okay. And when did she tell you that?
Objection, Your Honor, hearsay.
Overruled.
I don't remember, but I think it would be sometime maybe in 2019 or 2018.
Okay. And at that point, was it your understanding that Melanie Gibb was teaching this energy work or at least instructing it to people at these remote camps?
Objection, Your Honor, calls for hearsay.
Overruled.
It sounded like she was maybe teaching at those classes or at if there were camps or meetings, whatever she was attending.
And again, this was in 2018, 2019?
I'm not sure, but I would lean towards 2019.
Okay. Now, this idea of this term zombie, that was a term that you heard from Lori Vallow, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. You never had Chad walk up to you and use the term zombie, did you?
I don't know if he, I guess I would say I assume he used that term with with Lori
Okay,
together.
and you're assuming that because all of the information that you got regarding Chad Daybell came directly from Lori Vallow's mouth, right?
Objection, Your Honor, misstates prior testimony.
Sustained.
All of the information about zombies that you learned came from Lori Vallow, did it not?
I don't know if it all came from Lori Vallow. I believed it to come from Chad.
Okay, and what are you basing that it came from Chad on? Chad never told you that, did he?
Objection, Your Honor, argumentative.
Overruled.
Chad never told you or used the word zombie in front of you, did he?
I can't remember a time that he did, but I
Oh, shit.
And again, this reason for when you went to Hawaii, I believe that was in October. The reason you felt Alex stayed behind is because Lori told you Chad needed Alex to help him with something. Is that right?
yes,
Okay. You didn't hear that from Chad telling you he needed help from Alex, right?
no,
Was there anything unusual that you observed with Alex and Lori's personal relationship?
not that I observed, no.
Okay. Would it have been a habit of Alex that when Lori moved to a new location, Alex would go to the same location?
No,
Okay. Alex lived in Arizona with Lori, right?
Objection, Your
Um,
Honor, counsel's testifying. Move to strike.
Overruled.
Alex lived in Arizona with Lori, correct?
for a time, yes.
Okay. Alex wanted to go to Hawaii with Lori when Lori moved to Hawaii.
I don't know if he wanted to go to Hawaii.
Alex moved to Rexburg, Idaho when Lori moved to Rexburg, Idaho.
Yes, he moved with Lori.
And Alex wanted to move with Melanie Gibb and Lori when she was going to move back with them to Arizona.
Objection, Your Honor, facts not in evidence. Counsel's testifying. Move to strike.
Sustained.
Judge, I don't have anything else. Thank you.
All right, Ms.
Oh
Blake,
my
once
gosh.
you're ready, you can conduct any redirect if you wish.
Well, how is Pryor going to get out of it? He's already insisted on everybody
Miss
knowing about
Pulaski,
Chad's
did
visions.
Chad and Lori teach you these things?
I believe they were both present when these ideas were, both of the ideas were from both of them.
And you were asked a little bit about castings being part of the scriptures. When you're referencing that, do the scriptures reference it the same as the way Chad and Lori were teaching about castings?
No,
What about light and dark? Do the scriptures reference light and dark in the same way Chad and Lori were teaching about it?
no, they would use it as a basis and then elaborate with their ideas.
In using that as a basis, did it draw your attention?
Yes, they had a way to explain where everything their ideas came from and how there was a scriptural basis from it.
Did that make you more open to listening to them?
Yes,
The way they talk about zombies, have you ever seen that as part of the LDS faith?
no,
As
Seriously.
part of the LDS faith, have you ever heard it taught that a
Yeah.
body has to be destroyed if someone's possessed?
no,
Lori and Alex relationship was not normal.
And Alex didn't live with Lori in Arizona, is that correct?
I believe they had separate apartments.
And Judge, could we have a sidebar very quickly?
Sure.
So is he going to try to pretend that fucking man tits over there did not have the portal and have information beyond the veil? I thought that's what he wrote about. So where was it coming from? It was coming from fucking Tits McGee right there. Sure the fuck was. They're both sicker than shit, though, all of them. Needs to quit acting like that guy didn't have something to do with this shit. Exactly, Kena. Nothing is normal about any of this. I cannot believe that she said she was calling Chad dad. Wow. I've never heard that. Ever. How gross. my gosh. This is nuts. It is all completely crazy as shit. Like I can't even get over the fact that it's hard to believe anybody listened to any of this, but people died because of this stupid fucker. Both of them.
Thank you, Your
Just
Honor.
pulling shit out of their ass.
You just clarified that you believe Lori and Alex had separate apartments in Arizona, correct?
Yes.
When Lori moved to Hawaii in February or March of 2019, did Alex go with her?
I don't know.
To the best of your knowledge, did he move there?
I don't know at all.
When you talked about Alex going to Hawaii, that was for just a trip in October?
I don't remember talking about going to Hawaii with Alex. I just planned it with Lori.
And let me back up. On the trip that you'd heard Alex was intending to come, was that the October 2019 trip?
Yes.
And that was not to relocate, is that correct? It was just to visit?
To Hawaii?
Yes.
No, Lori said that he had told me he was going to join us, and then the plans changed.
And that was just a trip, though? You weren't going to remain in Hawaii?
Yes, Lori and I just planned it as a trip.
And when we talk about
This
the
one's
light
too
and dark,
stupid,
would
actually.
you ask Lori to get the answers from Chad on that, if someone was light or dark?
Yes.
And did you ever learn anything in relation, and again, did you learn whether or
Right,
not Charles
frazzled?
was designated as dark?
Yes,
And was he designated as dark?
I believe so. Yes.
Is Charles still alive?
No,
Was JJ designated as dark?
I believe so. Yes.
Judge, this is going beyond the scope of cross.
Your Honor, is JJ still alive?
No.
Was Tylee labeled as dark?
Yes.
Is Tylee still alive?
No.
I have no further questions.
All right, thank you, Ms. Blake.
There you go. There you go. Exactly right.
All right, that'll conclude the testimony then of Ms. Pulowski. Is she still going to be remaining under
Whew,
subpoena
whew,
from either
whew.
the state or the defense?
I feel like I
Your
was
Honor, the
holding my
state would
breath
ask for
that
her to
whole
remain
time.
under just temporarily for today.
Okay. Well, where that would only be for today at the request of the state, is the defense intending to perhaps recall her in its case?
No, Judge.
Okay, then, Ms. Pulowski, you are excused and apparently released from any subpoena until the state would decide later and advise you when that would occur. I am going to advise you not to watch any trial testimony online or in the courtroom until you're advised that you are no longer under subpoena for this case.
Okay.
Thank you to
Thank you,
appear
Judge.
and testify. You can step down.
Whew.
All right, the state can call its next witness.
Your Honor, the state will call Ian Pulowski.
Very well.
Can you hear my dog snoring? Okay, this is her husband. Not the one they tried to kill. This is the new husband. It's exactly right, Frazzle. Don't be trying to have Lori your mom, and definitely not dipshit there your dad. Wow. That's right, Sicilian boom. Yeah, everybody who is dark is dead. Yeah. That's such a coincidence, huh? You look at that dipshit right there. Who the hell listened to him? It's crazy as shit. I think this is a good witness because he never was down with any of it.
Yes.
But he was told about all this shit. What, didn't he go to the police as soon as he heard about it?
All right, now that Mr. Pulowski's been placed under oath, I do have an inquiry before we start on direct. Mr. Pulowski, there is a exclusionary order not allowing you to listen to any court proceedings before you've testified. And this case has been streamed live as well as open to the public. So have you listened to or reviewed in any way any testimony that's occurred in the
No.
trial since it started?
No, sir.
All right. Have you talked to anyone else about their testimony?
No.
All right. Thank you. Ms. Blake, you can inquire on direct.
Thank you, Your Honor. Would you please state your name and spell it for the record?
Ian Pulowski, IANPAWLOWSKI.
Yeah.
Do you know
I
an
think this
individual
could be
named
good.
Lori Vallow?
Yes.
How do you know her?
I met her through my wife, Melanie Pulowski.
Do you know if she's related to Melanie Pulowski?
She's her aunt.
Do you know an individual named Alex Cox?
Yes.
And how do you know him?
Also met through my wife, Melanie, and he is her uncle.
Do you know an individual named Chad Daybell?
Yes.
And how do you know him?
Met through Melanie, married Lori Vallow.
Do you recall approximately when you met Lori and Chad?
I believe it was the 23rd or 24th of November, 2019.
Did you meet them in person?
Yes.
Do you recall where they were located when you met them?
They were in the apartment just next to Melanie's
Frazzled,
apartment
I
in
know.
Pittsburgh.
No, she didn't. Her
And
and
do you
Lori
recall
both
when you
did
first met Alex
this.
Cox?
It was the night that Melanie and I got married,
And do you recall approximately when that was?
November 30th, 2019.
So he was not present when you met Chad and Lori?
No.
At a later date, did you have a conversation with Chad and Lori over Zoom?
Yes.
Why did you have that call with them?
It was to ask their blessing in marrying Melanie
And why did you want to ask their blessing in marrying her?
because of how I understood the relationship that they had.
What did you understand about Melanie's relationship with them?
That Melanie had a kind of a parental view on them. Chad and Lori were kind of guides and supports to her at that point in her life.
When you reached out to them on Zoom, did the call actually take place?
Yes.
Did you end up asking for their blessing?
Yes.
Did they give it to you?
Yes.
Do you recall anything else that happened during that call?
They gave me, in addition to, giving me a blessing, or saying, they approve of me marrying Melanie. They gave me a religious blessing.
Was anything strange about the religious blessing to you?
It was unorthodox based on the LDS beliefs that I held at the time. They he talked about shielding me with light, removing dark weapons from me. The fact that it did not occur in person. Typically, in LDS faith, when you receive a blessing, it's by the laying on of hands and not over Zoom.
Had you ever had a blessing like that before?
No.
Did you end up saying anything about thinking it was a little odd?
Yeah.
Did you say it to Chad and Lori at that time?
No, I said it to Melanie.
When you first met Chad and Lori on the 23rd or 24th of November, do you recall if you met Tylee Ryan at that time?
I didn't.
Did you meet JJ Vallow?
No.
Did you ever see them anywhere around?
No.
Did Lori ever mention them to you?
No.
Did Chad make mention of them?
No.
When you had the Zoom call, where were you located?
I was at my sister's house in Arizona.
Do you know where Chad and Lori were at that time?
I didn't.
Had Melanie shared, you said you mentioned the blessing was odd
Right.
to Melanie. At any point, did Melanie share some of the beliefs she'd been taught?
Yes.
At some point, did you start hearing some of those beliefs or teachings from Chad and Lori?
Yes.
When Melanie was sharing those with you, was that prior to your marriage?
Yes. There was some that was shared prior to my marriage, and then the bulk of it was the night that we got married.
Initially, were you somewhat open to some of the ideas she was sharing?
Yes.
How long did you remain open to those ideas?
Until the night we got married.
What changed that night?
The weight of what she was sharing, the implications of what she was sharing, it was just hearing that she feared that Tylee and JJ may have been in danger at that time, and the behavior that she was seeing from Chad and Lori at that time.
Did what she shared with you cause you concern?
Yes.
Did something happen that next morning to amplify your concern?
Yes. That next morning, my daughter thought it would be funny to play hide and seek. And so I got up, I was looking for her. She would not answer. It was quiet in that hotel room for about 5 minutes. I couldn't find her. And then I heard some giggling. She was behind a curtain.
Based on what was shared with you, did you have concerns for the safety of JJ and Tylee?
Yes.
Did you have concerns for other people's safety?
Yes, it did.
Who were those individuals?
My 2 children and my ex-wife.
At some point, did you go to law enforcement with your concerns?
Yes.
Do you recall approximately when that would have been?
I believe that was December 4th or 5th.
Did you sit down with law enforcement at that time?
Yes.
Did you participate in an interview?
Yes.
Did law enforcement end up asking for your assistance?
Yes.
As part of that, did they ask you to record conversations?
Yes.
Did they instruct you to only record those conversations if you were present and part of the conversation?
Yes.
Did Chad and Lori ever talk to you or talk in front of you about people being light or dark?
Yes,
Do you recall specifically talk of law enforcement?
yes.
What was shared with you in relation to law enforcement?
That there were specific detectives that had been possessed. I can't remember. There were a few different types of possession that they discussed. And I can't remember specifically what type of possession they classified, but there were a few detectives named.
Did they, and at the time these conversations took place, they would have been after December 4th or 5th of 2019?
Yes.
Do you recall approximately what time period you would have had these conversations or done the recordings?
Would have been the weekend that Melanie and I went on our honeymoon to Jackson.
Do you recall what weekend that would have been?
It was the weekend of my birthday, so December 6th, 7th, and 8th, I believe.
During that time, was there a recording made with Lori and Chad on the call?
Yes,
Were Zulema and Alex also on the call?
yes,
And you and Melanie?
yes,
Do you recall learning that Alex had passed away?
yes.
Do you recall approximately when that would have been
I want to say that was December 10th or 11th,
of 2019?
2019. Yes,
Do you recall making a recording that day as well?
yes.
And on that call, do you recall Chad and Lori being on the call
Yes,
and you and Melanie?
yes,
When these calls were being made, had you learned whether Tylee and JJ were missing?
yes,
And did you know they were missing at that time?
yes.
Where were you living in December of 2019?
I had an apartment just across the street from Melanie's, but at that point, after we got married, I had moved into Melanie's apartment.
And was that in Rexburg, Idaho?
Yes,
Do you recall Chad telling you anything in relation to whether or not you should move?
yes.
And what did he direct?
That we should leave as soon as possible. Just get away from law enforcement, basically.
When you talk about Melanie's relationship with Chad and Lori, did she look to them as a mother and father figure?
Yes,
Do you feel she was susceptible to what they were telling her?
yes,
Overall,
yes, she was.
Your Honor, I have what's been marked as State's Exhibit 266A. It is a thumb drive. I am going to be asking to publish it.
all right, and describe what the contents are.
The recordings that were just referenced, I think I'll need to lay some additional foundation, and I recognize that, but it may include needing to play a portion of it to allow Mr. Pulowski to identify it.
Okay, very well.
I don't think I've
If I
ever
can be
heard
handed
this.
that.
We'll have that,
Oh my
exhibit Please
gosh.
return to council. And then for the limited purpose of establishing
Oh my
foundation, you can
gosh.
play a small portion without any content that would otherwise not be admissible.
And Mr. Pulowski, you talked about making some recordings at the request of law enforcement. Do you recall that?
Yes,
And you talked about making one recording when you were on your honeymoon in Jackson.
yes.
And again, do you recall when that was?
December 6th, I believe, or 7th, that I made the recording.
And did you in fact turn those recordings over to law enforcement?
I did.
And if you were to hear a portion of what's purported to be that recording, do you think you would recognize it?
Absolutely.
Your Honor, I would ask to publish just the first portion.
You may.
So. What's that? So when Lucifer attacks,
And I'll stop it right there. Were you able to hear those initial voices?
Yes,
Do you recognize the female voice?
yes, that's Melanie.
And do you recognize the male voice that was heard?
I'm not sure if that was Chad or Alex.
In what you heard from Melanie, do you recall this being the recording from the day we talked about?
Yes,
And Your Honor, I would move for admission of State's Exhibit 266A.
Any objection?
With the understanding, Judge, that the entire recording of 266A is included as an exhibit. If that's the case, there's no objection.
Okay, Ms. Blake, I'll admit it. I would like you, if you can, to reference the, if you have, for example, the length or duration of the call so that we can confirm that it's the entire recording being admitted.
Yes, Your Honor. The jump drive being admitted into evidence will have 87 minutes. It's the state's intent and request to publish portions of that, and I will put the time marks on the record as we publish those.
All right, that works. Thank you, Ms. Blake. So 266A is admitted in its entirety.
And Your Honor, for the record, I'm moving to the mark 6:36, so 6 minutes and 36 seconds.
Oh my God, I've never heard this.
You guys heard about Dave yesterday? No, what? So she was talking to Dave said the reason he wasn't moving forward in their relationship is because he never got confirmation on topics. He doesn't believe she was really ordained. If she was really ordained, 150,000 would be done with Peter James better. Right. So he's not buying anything. And Gibb said, talk yourself into thinking that the only way to clear her conscience is to call the police and tell them that she knows, which is that she never had JJ, and when she asked for it, like you and I told her that she was better off not knowing. I said that? That's what she says. She threw me under the bus for nothing? Yes, we were walking in the park. No, not just you, it's just throwing everybody under the bus. She was throwing everybody under the bus because she thought the cops represented the Lord and that was gonna clear her conscience with God. Which made, she didn't even know what anything is. Okay, so. No, it's Raphael. You what? Hold on. Call us back, so I waited. Okay. Mama. Melanie Pulaski, are you there? I'm here. I miss you. I miss you. No. Oh, perfect. Is it your voice? Your daddy. We're alive. She'll be able to hear you when she stops sobbing. Oh, I miss you guys. Oh, did you lose my baby? Where is he? I'm here. I'm in the ER tonight.
And I'm stopping at 8 minutes, 50 seconds. Mr. Pulowski, we hear several people on there.
Yes.
The first man on the call, did you recognize his voice now that you heard more of it?
Yes,
And who was that?
that was Alex.
And we hear another female join in initially. Could you tell who that was?
That was Zulema.
And it's hard to hear, but did you hear Alex talking about Dave?
Yes,
Do you know who he was referencing?
I believe he's referencing David Warwick.
And he was talking about Dave's not buying anything.
Right.
Do you know what that was in reference to?
I believe at that time they were, Melanie Gibb and David Warwick were both kind of, I don't know how, I never met them in person, never discussed anything with them in person. I never heard them on calls, so I don't know how pulled into it they were at that time, but they were essentially trying to step away because things were starting to get a little too hot.
And the indication was that Dave's not buying it.
Right.
And there was also talk of Melanie Gibb was going to go to the police.
Mhm.
Did you hear that?
Yes,
And she was going to tell the police she never had JJ. Did you also hear that part?
yes,
Did you know what that was in relation to?
no,
And then at some point, a female says, Raphael. Do you know who that was referencing?
yes,
And who was that?
Chad.
And then it sounds like two more individuals joined the call. Could you tell who the female was?
That was Lori.
And could you tell who the man was?
That was Chad.
And there's reference to mommy and daddy.
Right.
Was that in relation to Melanie as if she were their child?
Correct. Yes,
And you talk about Melanie sobbing.
yes,
Were you present with Melanie?
I was.
Did she appear overcome with emotion?
Yeah, she was relieved to hear their voices.
Had she not heard from them in some time?
Throughout those first few weeks, they had a tendency to call in and then disappear for a few days or a week at a time.
And did you know where Chad and Lori were located when that call took place?
Mr. Pulaski, I'm sorry, would you scoot up a little
Yes,
closer
of
to your
course.
mic while you?
And I think if you put the mic just under your chin, I believe they're directional. Might pick you up a little better. I'm next going to move to, actually, let me try to get it there. I'm going to be starting at 9 minutes, 25 seconds.
Oh, I had that yesterday too. Yeah.
Well,
I was out yesterday, it attacked us all so bad.
Well, it was emotional for me yesterday. Like I just missed my kid like nuts. I was bawling in the temple, but
Your Honor, I'm going to stop it at 9 minutes, 40 seconds. There was some talk on there about some attacks, and Melanie talks about an emotional attack in relation to her kids. Do you know what's being referenced there? Was someone actually being attacked?
There were no physical attacks. What they're referencing were spiritual attacks from Satan.
Did that link back to the blessing that you were given by Chad?
Yes,
Had you heard of spiritual attacks before, like they were talking about them?
Yes,
And had you heard about them from someone besides this group?
I've only heard from, well, these types of attacks from Melanie.
Or going to be moving to 14 minutes, 15 seconds.
It's horrible. Is he one of the bad ones? Horrible. Is he one of the bad ones?
Yeah, him and Hope are the two bad ones.
I wondered if it was Lieutenant Ball. Lieutenant Ball kept bringing me food and water, and I was like, is he poisoning me? He's like, here's some fresh banana bread. And I was like, I don't know about this banana bread.
He's probably good. The other ones are good.
Hope, you said?
Hope and your guy, your investigator guy, those are the two bad ones.
Yeah, so he has all my stuff.
And stopping at 14 minutes, 44 seconds. In there, do you hear the reference that Hope and Hermosillo are the bad ones?
Yes,
Do you know where Hope and Hermosillo work?
yes,
Where do they work?
Rexburg Police Department.
Next, I will be going to minute mark 20, well, mark 20 minutes, 38 seconds.
So,
Like, you know about you.
just that she's not good. She's little, she's doubting and falling because of Dave.
Just that she's gonna go tell the police that she's like,
Yeah, and throw all of us under the bus. I don't know, that makes sense. Remember, I always got that thing about her that, yeah, and I was like, so I was just mama bear claws towards you. Like, I was like, yeah, well, the Lord kept saying, like, Melanie, like, you don't trust her, but just let Lori have her, experience with that. And I just keep, doing what I'm doing. And it bothered me because I was like, I want to trust her because you trust her. And I kept getting something else. So it makes sense now, I guess.
it's Dave that's causing the problem.
Yeah. Well, how do you see it going, I guess? Like,
That is, it's bad for her in every way. Because we can't trust her anymore. Because that for one. For two, it ruins her place with us. But for three, you call the police and you tell them that you're a liar. And then you try to tell them something that's the truth. They're gonna be like, you just said you were a liar.
right,
So I don't know if I trust that at all.
right.
So you kind of shoot yourself in the foot. You call them, tell them that you lied, and then try to tell them the truth.
Right.
So I don't see it going anywhere bad for any of us.
And stopping at 22 minutes, 18 seconds. Mr. Pulowski, do you hear in there again talk of Dave and Melanie?
Yes,
Do you know which Dave they're referencing?
yeah, it's still David Warwick,
And the Melanie?
Melanie Gibb.
And did you hear in there again talk of Melanie was going to go to the police and tell him she lied?
Yes,
And do you hear Lori's responses that there's going to be three things for her?
Right.
One, that she's essentially lost her place with this group. Is that correct?
yes,
One, she has all this knowledge and she may be accountable for it.
yes,
And third, that now she's going to go tell the police the truth after lying.
yes.
Do you know what Melanie Gibb had lied to the police about?
She had lied to the police about having, I believe it was just JJ in her possession.
Hey,
And
Faith.
again, there's reference to Dave kind of being the problem or Melanie
Sorry, my
responding because of
voice.
Dave. Did you hear that as well?
Yikes.
Your Honor, next I'm moving to 22 minutes, 45 seconds.
Today has me sucked in hard. My God.
So Julie had said that you guys felt that maybe we should consider going to Idaho Falls for a little while, and we prayed about it and felt like, I don't know, I felt like either one will be fine. Like, we're gonna be okay no matter what. So I don't know if there's a better option and a good option, but we kind of just felt like we're okay to stay there. Like, that's our home and we're making it just our place of light and it'll be protected. But is there something we need to be aware of or?
My only worry was if they're still watching you.
bugging you and.
Yeah, well, they are, and they're probably tracking my phone and listening in or whatever, but I'm aware we're just doing our own thing and kind of just hanging out together. So we're at my apartment.
Where you're at right now?
Yeah, well, right now we're in Jackson, but we've just been sleeping at my apartment and we're putting the 30 days on his apartment. He lives literally across the street at those other apartments. So,
I did find a house that's really cute, $1,500 a month that's there in Rexburg. That might be a good thing. Maybe you want to move.
I mean, if you guys are thinking we need to move, I kind of felt like we were fine, like, kind of like, pretty much what can they do? I mean,
And stopping at 24 minutes, 23 seconds. Could you, outside of you and Melanie, could you hear the other male and female on there?
Yes,
Or, excuse me, I don't think you're on there. Outside of Melanie, do you know who the other female was that was speaking?
that was Lori.
And do you know who the male was?
That was Chad.
And Chad indicated he had a worry that they were still watching Melanie.
Right.
Do you know who he was referring to?
The police, law enforcement in general.
Had law enforcement talked to Melanie?
At that point, I don't believe they had.
And had you to law enforcement?
Yes.
Do you know they were actively moving to minute 26, second 07?
I don't think it's gonna keep going and going. What could they possibly do?
well, he says he's not gonna stop until, until they get what they want, so I don't know. There's some,
So you need to get out of that complex.
okay.
Not rush out of there, but. They're not gonna leave you alone, not just. That's the network. Pretty deep, and they're gonna see you as the target since you're the only one that they really can find this moment. For your own sake, for your own sanity. You got it. We know you were left there and it worked for 2 months for us as we planned, we got together and we found Ian and now a different phase of your life has begun.
So his kids are in Rexburg and Natalie,
I know, you don't have to move super far away.
just a different city.
Yeah. Madison County, probably.
Well, it's in Rexburg.
I'm not saying you got to decide tonight. It's that complex, went from a blessed place to a cursed place due to the
Yeah.
wickedness of the police.
So you not expect the police to be that wicked?
Well, and if it is just gonna be a couple weeks, like we could do an Airbnb and just stay in Idaho Falls somewhere. I mean, Ian works there. And that's close enough to where we could go pick up the kids and they wouldn't even know that we're not in Rexburg. But do you feel like a whole physical change of address and moving everything to a new place is what will be best?
You do, I know it's pain. I think they're not gonna leave you alone, so you're out of that city.
Like the Saints in Missouri, I just keep moving and I can't find a safe place.
Maybe. Even sugar, even like,
So how do you get Aramasio to stop? Cause he's not gonna stop. He's so like raged with this whole thing. He was just pacing, like yelling at me, like he's like, I'm not gonna stop for anything. And how do you resolve that, I guess?
You get out of it, like,
Okay.
he's not going anywhere. It's like the standard story where the wicked stay in one place and the righteous flee. In this case, it's not a whole community, it's you. You and Ian fleeing out of the way of darkness. Like Lehi had to leave Jerusalem. I was expecting this to go on and on, but move every 2 weeks. Maybe get on Zillow or whatever website and just investigate a little bit.
I saw a cute little house for sale in Ashton's further from your work. So probably Idaho Falls will be the best. But isn't Rexburg like the place of safety when all things happen?
Yeah, but there's been lots of prophecies about major turmoil there. The plague's gonna sweep through Rexburg. Civil unrest, I had a vision of second east where McDonald's is and everything, just chaos, people starving, fighting. So there is still a stretch of bad time coming to Rexburg before it's City of Light. So we had to kind of pave the way, but and we were told to flee.
Mostly it's because of agency, right? We were all told to go there, and that was where we were supposed to stay. And because of the agency of the dark, and because Lucifer is able to negotiate terms still to this day about eternal law, he's been allowed to do certain things that had to force us out with the police. We had no idea the police were infiltrated with such dark people in Rexburg itself proper. So we
Makes sense in retrospect, but you don't think that immediately that little Rexburg would be planted with Cain's translated followers, but that makes
it's
sense.
because of so many like multi-creations being there. And of course the dark ones are there too. So opposition in all things. So we just feel like it's time to, just because of the situation, not be there for a season.
Yeah.
You don't have to go far. But just get out of their line of sight. For your own sanity.
So how is he going to get out of, he was the one with all these instructions about this shit, the agency. Oh my God. And you don't have to go far. They're in Hawaii. Oh my God. I can't believe this. If this effer doesn't fry, I swear to God, I cannot. I swear I haven't been able to catch my breath. Hello, Faith. Today is a lot. Oh my God. If you missed any, this is the date. I am so blown away by what we are hearing right here. I really can't wait for this guy to try to get out of this. Hey, Mirandy. Oh my gosh. I'm just holding my breath over here. Really? Oh my gosh. See, he just made, of course we knew he made this crap up, but I just wonder how they're going to try to talk him out of, he's the one just telling right there. Okay, I had to stop it for a minute. This is a lot.
And for Ian to be able to go to work and feel like you're okay there by yourself,
Yeah. Yeah, it just feels that way. It just feels kind of eerie when Ian's not there. I just don't want to be there by myself.
Right. I mean, you've done everything to decorate that place so cute, do everything so adorable, but
I'm just looking on Idaho Falls rentals on Trulia, and there's several that are just as good as your apartment there. Little houses, decent sized houses,
yeah, that was really,
for about the same price.
that's really cute.
Yeah.
Yeah, we'll go wherever. I'll live in a dumpster with Ian. He's so amazing, so.
But Idaho Falls is pretty good price in terms of rentals, especially this time of year. You should be able to find a nice one.
Okay.
I hate to say that, but it's just pounding me that you need to get out of that city.
Okay.
You did great, babe. You did great with
Oh, we love
it.
so amazing.
Yeah,
Grateful for you.
he wanted to know who I went to Arizona with, so I just said, well, I drove with Ian, and yeah, I mean,
Maybe stopping at 33 minutes, 26 seconds. And looking at the clock, I'm assuming the court would like to break for lunch.
Yeah, I think that would be an ideal time to do that if we can, Ms. Blake. Okay, we'll go ahead and take our lunch recess. We will return back at 1 o'clock.
All right, please.
Oh my God. I am so, wow. Just wow. Okay, it's not that much more expensive, blah, blah, blah. You know what? Moving is moving. These people are crazy. I mean, I don't know about anybody else, but I'm not trying to just move all the time. Oh yeah, both, all of them, especially his voice. He's all he, stupid idiot. Oh my gosh, this is such evil. It is so, look at their laughing and stuff. Like, it's just horrible. Wow, Brazel, that's, oh my God. Isn't this, I swear, listening to this today, I swear, I keep losing my breath, or I'm like just holding my breath. And I feel like I'm going to throw up. Oh my gosh. You know, the minute someone talks anything weird like that to you, look at, they're all acting like this is normal talk. You know, why wouldn't you say, you know what, why would we be afraid of the police? Why isn't she saying that? Why isn't she saying, where are those kids? See, because they all know where they're at. I don't think Ian knew. But they knew. When Melanie said earlier, well, she said she had a nanny. Okay. And that JJ lives with the nanny? What the fuck kind of is this? Casey Anthony's nanny? What the fuck is wrong with these people? God. Oh, I just feel so many things right now. It is creepy. It is so creepy. Oh my God. Every bit of this. Oh, Lord. All right. Let's get back. Oh, I hate you. I
Thank you.
hate
Please be
you,
seated.
you sick, ill, evil man.
You have the jury's return. Thank you.
And the way those kids were, my gosh. They all have their diploma and family now. And I still talk to them to this day. Oh, I love that, Faith. That's awesome. Mirandy Foster too. You know what? It's so good to see that because you hear so many bad stories. I love hearing the good ones. And I know there are a lot of good ones.
All right.
You know, those are the ones we don't hear about, but it's so nice to hear them. Oh my gosh, I was going to show you guys something. I will, just 1 second.
Here's all President accounted for, Your Honor.
Thank you. Please be seated. Okay, we're back on the record on case CR 2221-1623, State of Idaho versus Chad Daybell, continuing with direct examination of Mr. Pulaski.
Okay, I got to show you guys really quick what's going on over here. Oh, shoot, it went away. Dang it. Oh, let's see. Hey, Maze. No, you're right. Nothing about this is normal. No, it's not. It's so evil and sick. Look what's going on over here right now. Oh my gosh, can you guys see? Oh, I don't know if you can see. Dang it. Jack is asleep. And look at Libby's right there all snuggled up with him. I love it. So sweet, huh? Okay, I just had to share that. No, it's not. It's horrible. It is so horrible. It just makes me seriously want to throw up. I really can't even. Oh, I do not know how these people deal with their nonsense. I know, it's so cute. Libby's all snuggled up with Jack. So cute. Okay, I'll shut up and get back here. This is the kind of stuff you got to take a minute to catch your breath. For me, anyway, I don't know. It's like a horror film.
After the lunch break, if the witness is available, he can return and we can continue with your direct.
They do, Queen. They do, huh? They're not all that bad. They're just, I tell people that everyone is so big to them that all they have is their bark. And they do bite a little bit. They do bite some, but it doesn't hurt that
All right,
bad.
Mr. Pulowski's returned to the stand. I'll remind you, Mr. Pulowski, you are still under oath. And I am going to inquire simply because of the order of witnesses here, and we did have the lunch break. Did you discuss your testimony or anybody else's testimony about the trial while you were on the lunch break?
I did not.
Okay, thank you. You can continue, Ms. Blake.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Pulowski, right before we broke for lunch, we'd listened to a little bit of a lengthier clip of that recording. Do you recall that?
You're gonna have to refresh me a little bit.
Do you recall in that clip do you recall hearing Chad on that?
Yes.
And do you recall hearing Lori?
Yes.
And do you recall there being talk of you and Lori needing to move?
Melanie and I?
Or, excuse me, yes, Melanie and you needing to move.
Yes.
And did Lori talk about that?
Yes.
And did Chad talk about that?
Yes.
And do you recall there being talk of Melanie feeling like she was having to flee?
Yes.
And do you recall Lori responding and basically saying that she and Chad were fleeing because of agency?
Judge, I'm going to object at this point. We're leading the witness.
Sustain.
And Your Honor, I can replay the audio clip if we want to do that.
You can.
Thank you.
All right.
Your Honor, I'll be starting it from 26 minutes and 7 seconds.
Very well.
Yeah, I don't think it's gonna keep going and going. What can they possibly do?
Well, he says he's not gonna stop until, until they get what they want. So I don't know. There's some.
So you need to get out of that complex.
Hmm.
Not rush out of there, but. They're not gonna leave you alone. I just sense the network is pretty deep, and they're gonna see you as the target since you're the only one that they really can find at the moment. For your own sake, for your own sanity, you bet. We know you were led there, and it worked for 2 months for us as we planned and got together, and you found the end, and now a different phase of your life has begun.
So his kids are in Rexburg and Natalie,
I know. You don't have to move super far away.
just a different city.
Madison County,
Well, it's in
I'm
Rexburg.
not saying you got to decide tonight, but the complex went from a blessed place to a cursed place due to the
Yeah.
wickedness of the police.
So we do not expect the police to be that wicked.
Well, and if it is just gonna be a couple weeks, like we could do an Airbnb and just stay in Idaho Falls somewhere. I mean, Ian works there. And that's close enough to where we could go pick up the kids and they wouldn't even know that we're not in Rexburg. But do you feel like the whole physical change of address, moving everything to a new place is what will be best?
I do. I know it's a pain. But I just think that they're not gonna leave me alone. So you're out of that city.
Like the same in Missouri, I just keep moving and I can't find a safe place.
Even sugar, even like, you know.
So how do you get Aramasio to stop? Because he's not gonna stop. He's so like raged with this whole thing. He was just pacing, like yelling at me, like he's like, I'm not gonna stop for anything. And how do you resolve that, I guess?
You get out of it. Like,
Okay.
he's not going anywhere. It's like the standard story.
This idiot thinks that you can just leave town.
Right to flee. In this case, it's not a whole community. It's
I think
you.
they thought when they went to
You and
Hawaii it was
way
another
out of the
country
way
or
of darkness.
something.
Like Lehigh had to leave Jerusalem. I wasn't expecting it to go on and off bus move every 2 weeks. Maybe get on Zillow and whatever website and just investigate a little bit.
I saw a cute little house for sale in Ashton's further from your work. So probably
40 minutes.
Probably Idaho Falls will be the best.
And I'm going to pause at 29:47. Mr. Pulowski, in listening to that, did you hear at the beginning where there was an indication, Melanie saying he's not going to stop until he gets what he wants?
Yes,
Do you know who the he is that she's talking about there?
Detective Hermosillo.
And do you recall hearing in there Chad speaking as well?
Yes,
Did you hear reference to Melanie essentially being a target for the police?
yes,
So Chad and Lori were aware the police were trying to talk to Melanie.
yes.
At any point in this recording, did Chad and Lori offer to come forward with the whereabouts of the children?
No.
Do you recall in here Chad again telling you and Melanie that you should move out of Rexburg?
Yes,
Do you recall Melanie asking how she gets Detective Hermosillo to stop?
yes,
Do you recall Chad's response?
yes.
What was that?
Get away.
Do you recall him saying essentially, you get out of his way?
Yeah, just leave Rexburg.
Did Chad or Lori at any point encourage Melanie to cooperate with the police?
No.
I'm going to continue playing.
That way
Yeah,
you're
that's
supposed to
what
work.
it's working.
But isn't Rexburg like the place of safety when all the things happen?
Yeah, but there's been lots of prophecies about major turmoil there. The plague's gonna sweep through Rexburg. Civil unrest. I had a vision of Second East where McDonald's is and everything. Just chaos, people starving, fighting. So there is still a stretch of bad times coming to Rexburg before it's City of Light. So we had to kind of pave the way, but and we were told to flee.
I'm going to pause at 30 minutes, 32 seconds. Did you hear Chad say we were told to flee?
Yes,
And at this point, were Chad and Lori in Rexburg?
No.
Did you know where they were?
No.
Did they disclose to you where they were?
no,
Because of it's because of agency, right? We were all told to go there and that was where we were supposed to stay. And because of the agency of the dark and because Lucifer is able to negotiate terms still to this day about eternal law, he's been allowed to do certain things that had to force us out with the police. We had no idea the police were infiltrated with such dark people. In
I'm going to pause there at 31 minutes, 3 seconds. Did you hear Lori talking about part of why they fled?
yes,
And did you hear her talk about anything in relation to the police?
that they had been infiltrated.
itself proper. So we
Makes sense in retrospect, but you don't think that immediately. This little Rexburg would be planted with Cain's translated followers, but
Did you hear Chad reference Cain's translated followers?
Yes.
Did you know what he meant by those words?
Not sure if I learned it before or after that point, but essentially that Cain had his own 12 dark disciples, immortal disciples.
And was Chad referencing those individuals as part of the police department?
Yes.
Judge, objection, calls for speculation.
Overruled.
Makes
It's because there's so many like multi-creations being there. And of course, the dark ones are there too. So opposition in all things. So we just feel like it's time to, just because of the situation, not be there for a season.
Yeah.
You don't have to go far. But just get out of their line of sight for
Okay.
your own sanity. And for Ian to be able to go to work and not and feel like you're okay there by yourself, you know?
Yeah. Yeah, it just feels that way. It just feels kind of eerie when Ian's not there. I just don't want to be there by myself.
Right. I mean, you've done everything to decorate that place so cute, do everything so adorable, but
There's working on Idaho Falls rentals on Trulia. There's several that are just as good as your apartment there. Little houses, decent sized houses
yeah, that was really,
for about the same price.
that's really cute.
Yeah.
Yeah, we'll go wherever. I'll live in a dumpster with Ian. He's so amazing. So.
But Idaho Falls is pretty good price in terms of rentals. Especially this time of year, you should be able to find a nice one.
I'll stop there at 32 minutes, 51 seconds. Did you hear Chad referencing some possible rentals for you and Melanie to consider?
Yes,
So as well as encouraging you to move, he was suggesting potential places.
correct.
And we talked before about your observations of Melanie's relationship with Chad and Lori.
Yes,
Would you say that she would turn to them for advice?
absolutely.
I'm going to play starting at 34:57.
I know, Dad, you were saying to get some money out just so Natalie couldn't like come after finding out I had money and try to get more child support or whatever. So I went and got 50,000 out, and this banker came up.
Stopping at 35:11. Did you hear Melanie in that recording?
Yes,
When she says dad, do you know who she was talking to?
he's referring to Chad.
And starting at 35:58.
How grateful we are.
We are.
We love him, taking care of you. That's so sweet.
Mel, do you need another blessing?
Yeah, can you give me and Ian like a combined blessing, whatever comes for either of us? Do you have any questions you want to ask? No? You can ask anything.
Sure.
We don't know what Ian knows, so. you're
Ian knows
welcome for
everything.
that.
I have not. Ian has figured out most stuff by himself, but he.
And stopping at 36:29. Did you hear the reference in there to you know everything?
Yes,
Do you know what Melanie was referring to?
the religious beliefs, kind of their mission that they had chosen, what they believed their role was in the world.
Did you learn things about light and dark?
Yes,
Did you learn things about casting?
yes,
Did you learn things about people being zombies?
yes,
And did you learn, was Melanie the one that shared those with you?
yes.
Do you know where they originated?
Chad.
There was talk in there of giving you a blessing.
Yeah.
Do you recall if Chad actually followed through with that?
I believe he did. Yes, I think everybody took part in it.
And again, we talked before about a blessing you received over Zoom.
Mhm.
For this blessing, you were not present in the same place.
No.
So was this out of the ordinary with what you would expect within the LDS faith?
On this current recording?
Yes.
Yes.
And starting at 39:06.
We go to Mel and Ian in Jackson, and invite all those others
Raeliel and Ilana.
to join us, and all others in the heavenly realm that are willing to participate at this time. Come jump in, baby. So we all lay our hands on your head. This will be a dual blessing. Gave Zulema and Al blessings yesterday, and the angels filled the room, and I feel that the same numbers are there again. Same wonderful helpers, angelic ministers are there, happily joining in on this blessing.
Oh my God, do we have to hear another blessing? Like, oh my gosh. I hope it's not as long and all as that last one. He is the weirdest damn person on earth.
So this time, I say to you, Ian and Melanie Pulowski, by the power of the Holy Melchizedek priesthood and the patriarchal order of which we are a part of, and in the name of our Savior Jesus Christ, we lay our hands upon your head in a united effort of happiness for your union and how vital it is to the overall plan of our Lord and Savior in these latter days. You are a powerful couple with unlimited potential, and you'll be utilized by the Lord in tremendous missions of life and salvation. Or you'll team with Mother Earth to help cleanse the earth at times through earthquakes, moving mountains, changing rivers, but also healing hearts of mankind through your powerful testimony. Trials you're going through right now are events that you'll be able to share with others who are experiencing trials in the future. You'll be able to relate to them and understand what they've been through, the persecutions that they've faced by supposed Christians, and you will make it so much easier for them to transition to accepting the gospel. I see you both all over the world through portals, helping
Portals.
those who
See?
need to come to Zion. I see you back and forth, raising your children, but also leaving them in the care of trusted family members because of your great power and importance. You will spend days and weeks at a time helping bring groups to Zion. Those are wonderful promises, and I know they will come true. I bless you now on a more personal level. Melanie, you can quickly heal from your illness. That this combined group will use their healing power to strengthen you and bless you. We reach into your physical body and extract any spiritual or physical illnesses, pain, phobias, all kinds of possible darkness that has been implanted in you. I remove it all. I sever all negative cords, and this blessing includes the end that we are doing this for you as well, Ian. Severing all negative cords and clearing you of weapons and lifting curses that may have been placed upon you. Mel, I just cleanse you of that darkness that was placed in you at the police station. Once again, we just thank you for your valiant way, your strong, resolute devotion to the gospel and to our team. What you've accomplished this week will resonate with you throughout your life and through the eternities. The blessings that you'll receive for your faithfulness and for taking the steps you have. I bless you now by binding your hearts together more than ever, literally wrapping around each other and putting cords of light around them, that you cannot be separated spiritually, and that even at times where you're apart, in the physical world, you'll still feel that connection and unity. You are a special couple who have known each other in the past and have helped each other so much already. And your union will be looked upon as a true love story, happiness and how to treat one another. Will be an example to thousands and even millions of how a man and a woman should respect and love each other. I bless your union and know that the Savior is standing there with us, and he is very pleased, very, very pleased with your choices. They might not make sense to the celestial world, but in the terrestrial and celestial world, they make perfect sense. And for your valiant efforts, you will be memorialized, and they're singing praises in heaven. I see it. Fire of thousands, like they make up the songs as they go, like Lolo does. But they're praising you too right now, and just singing to the heavens for what you've accomplished. And I do want to include Alan's dilemma in this blessing again. Just what a tremendous friendship we formed 6 of us are on the right track. I assure you of that. I give you my testimony that this is a power team, that we are the genesis of the 144,000. We don't say that boastfully. It just is the beginning of a new terrestrial order. And Ian, we're so grateful you're a part of it. We love you already so much. We miss you and can't wait to see you again. And we will see each other again soon. It feels like we're going into different corners of the world for a short time. But the changes are coming quickly to the earth. It will allow us to reunite and not be under the pressure of the celestial police forces. That they will have greater problems to deal with, and even those that are pursuing us may have their lives efforts. And that will open up the way for us to use our powers fully and to continue to cleanse the earth and to bless it. Mother Earth loves each one of us and knows us. We will be helping her remove darkness from this world. I promise you a home in New Jerusalem, all of us. We each have homes there.
Did he just say that? No, don't be sorry, Faith. Are you kidding me? No. Did he just say, I promise you a home in the New Jerusalem? See, okay, how is Pryor going to get out of the way, out of the fact that this shit came from this stupid idiot? I can't even believe the crap I'm hearing this guy say. I cannot. Wow. Unbelievable, man.
That will be our home base as we work under the direction of the Savior. And we'll have wonderful reunions there in between our missions. It'll be a glorious place where the vibrations will just radiate constantly. We'll feel the love of the Lord tangibly.
Vibrations.
We will be beacons of light.
You said it right there.
Pillars of fire. Blessings that have begun for us will just continue to accelerate. So I bless all of us one more time with physical strength, spiritual devotion, and emotional stability as we face these small but trying times. The trials are real, but we will overcome them. And the Lord is watching over us. And I leave this blessing upon us all in the name of Jesus Christ and fill it up unto heaven. Amen.
Wow. I don't think he believed it. I don't think so.
Mr.
I don't believe he
Pawlowski,
did.
Did you hear
He knew
talk
he
in
was
there
full of
portals?
shit.
Yes.
Do you know what was being referenced?
My understanding is at the time, well, now is, and at the time was that upon reaching a certain ability or level of spiritual worthiness and strength, you could open up a portal and step through it and land anywhere you saw fit.
Is that something that you had ever learned about before in religious teachings?
Not in that context, no.
And then there was talk of cords as well,
Mhm.
cutting cords. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Do you know what was meant by reference to cords?
My understanding is cords kind of act as anchors to negative things or positive things, things that tie you to a negative force or a positive force.
Was that something that you'd heard about before in a religious context?
No.
And then there was reference to removing spiritual weapons. Do you know what was meant by that?
That they were similar to cords was my understanding, that there's something that could bind itself to you basically and wound you spiritually.
Had you ever heard of that type of teaching in a religious setting before?
No.
Did you hear in there or recall talk of the 144,000?
Yes.
And do you know what Chad's role was with the 144,000 or what he claimed it to be?
144,000 would be the group of individuals that would bring in the second coming of Jesus Christ.
Do you know if Chad and Lori designated themselves the leaders of that group?
It seemed that way, yes.
And do you recall again reference to the darkness in the police?
Yes.
I think he made reference to the telestial police force.
Yes.
Do you know what would have been meant by the telestial?
So in traditional LDS faith, there are three kingdoms that you would pass it to after judgment: the celestial, the terrestrial, and telestial. So telestial is basically the earth that we live on now. Terrestrial is a step beyond that. Celestial is, the fullness of glory.
So the telestial police would reference the police here on Earth.
Correct.
And do you recall in there, Chad indicating that they would have greater things to deal with eventually?
Yes.
And then a reference that it would open the way for us to use our powers fully.
Yes.
And then do you recall Chad saying that they could continue to cleanse the earth?
Yes.
Do you know what they intended to cleanse the earth of?
Not specifically. There were, things that Melanie had shared she was worried about. There were discussions of earthquakes that could happen to, tear down. There was one that was talked about that was going to happen in Utah. And at that point, anybody who was wounded or weakened would be possessed, and, you'd have to cleanse those people or cast out, whatever would possess them. Casting out wickedness, spreading the gospel, that sort of thing.
So the people that would be cleansed or cast out would be those that were possessed?
Correct.
So those labeled dark?
Correct.
And turning to 1 hour, 3 minutes and 39 seconds.
Oh,
Serena?
so, but because
It's just sad for Gib.
we worked on Gibbs spiritually, healing her and helping her and cutting her cords from Dave all day.
Yeah, I worked on her
Last night,
today too, just sending her lots of love to cast out all this fear that's inside her.
it was all just fear. It's all celestial fear. And I needed to remind her, and I didn't get to talk to her, but I needed to remind her, like I did when she was getting divorced, you are not a celestial being anymore. So don't go to the celestial world. But that's what she's doing and Dave's talking her into doing it. So I need to remind her, she's a terrestrial being. Dave is not. Well, that's the problem.
And it's not gonna be.
And he's not going to be at this rate. He's not going to be. So sad. I wanted that for her, but I love her so much. It's such a doll.
Yeah, I know.
But I don't think she's going to do it. She's down to, what's her percentage now? 10% that she might do it.
That's good.
I think she wrote it down, and after she wrote it down, she doesn't really want to do it. So I don't think she did it, but she's down to 10% that she's going to do it.
We want to know our,
I'm going to stop at 1 hour, 4 minutes and 55 seconds. Again, in there's talk of a Dave and Gib. Do you know who those individuals are?
Yes. David Warwick and Melanie Gibb.
And there's talk of Lori telling Melanie that she needs to get over just has telestial fear. So again, would that be referencing earthly fear?
Correct.
And then she references that Melanie's not a telestial being anymore. She's now a terrestrial being.
Correct.
Do you know what's being indicated there?
That she either she'd gone through the process of translation or she was going through it.
And there was reference as well to cutting cords from Dave. Do you
Mhm.
recall hearing that?
Yes.
And again, you described you could be attached to something positive or negative.
Correct.
If it was negative, is that when you'd want to cut the cords?
Yes.
So the indication would be Lori viewed Dave as negative.
Correct.
And you mentioned translation.
Yeah.
Had you heard of translation before?
Yes.
Had you ever heard of it in the way that Chad and Lori were teaching it?
It sounded similar. I had heard of it in scripture. You talk about the city of Enoch being translated, taken up into heaven, that sort of thing. But I'd never heard of it in the exact context that they were talking about.
And turning to the 1 hour, 23 minute and 29 second mark.
Walking all the time.
Well, they gotta do it. Yeah, there's nothing else to do. I could help, not one dollar. Yeah, Al, you know better.
And stopping at 1 hour, 23 minutes and 41 seconds. Did you hear Al on there indicating there's nothing left to do in Rexburg?
Yes.
And did you hear someone respond, yeah, Al, you know better?
Yeah.
Do you know who responded that?
Sounds like Chad.
At the time this call was placed, do you know if Alex was still living in Rexburg?
He had left Rexburg at the time this call had been placed.
Do you know if he still had an apartment there,
He did.
but he was not residing there?
Correct.
And Your Honor, we can go off of.
Okay.
And excuse me, Mr. Pulaski, I'd ask you about another recording that was made the day Alex passed away. Do you recall that?
Yes,
And do you believe if you were to hear some of that recording that you would be able to recognize it?
absolutely.
Your Honor, I have what's been marked as states 266B. My intent would be to ask to publish a portion of it for, to allow him to lay the foundation.
All right, for that limited purpose, you can publish just enough to lay foundation.
I remember you getting it.
And Mr. Pulaski, could you hear a couple women on there?
Yes.
Are you able to recognize who they were?
That was Melanie, who was present in the room, and then Lori was on the phone.
And do you recognize this recording?
Yes.
And is it the recording that you made approximately December 11th of 2019?
Yes.
Your Honor, I would move for admission, the state's exhibit.
266B, have you had a chance to review that, Mr. Pryor?
I have reviewed that, Judge, but I'm going to ask that we're going to be admitting that we admitted it in its entirety, please.
And the state's intent would be to admit the entirety. I have it as 56 minutes is what will be admitted, and the state would intend to simply publish portions today.
Okay, well, exhibit 266B is admitted. And as you did in the previous exhibit, Ms. Blake referenced the portions that are being published. So the record acknowledges that. And with that, you may proceed.
And Mr. Pulaski, do you know if Melanie was close with Alex Cox?
Yes,
Was she upset by his passing?
yes,
And this recording is made the same day that she learned of his passing?
yes.
Your Honor, I'm moving to minute 6. Well, 6:40 is the timestamp.
I mean, it's sad, like, so what do you believe in anymore, Mel? It's nothing, like, you know, it's just sad for her.
It's so sad for her, like.
But
I
she,
think it's a break from it.
I kind of had a glimpse of that today, because I was like, what's gonna happen with that? And she was like, did you know Lori said that she felt inspired to say that I had JJ? And I was like, yeah, you were inspired to say that. Because look what's happened, like, and I don't know.
I was inspired to say that. I have to work research, so I was like, I don't want to say that.
Yeah. Yeah, everything has happened how it's supposed to, I feel like, and it's just sad for her, but I had a glimpse of her, like she's just doing this because she wants Dave so much, and Dave is totally deceived her, and I had a glimpse of her, like, when everything goes down, and it's like us standing together, like, you will feel like we'll just embrace her with love, that she'll come around finally.
And stopping at 8 minutes even. Mr. Pulaski, again, we hear talk of a Melanie and Dave. And Dave, do you know which Melanie and Dave that's referring to?
Yeah, Melanie Gibb and David Warwick.
And mark being 8:44.
It's been a huge part of our life to talk to them every night.
Yeah,
They're like our only friends. You guys are all
I know, I call him every day, I just, even if we talked about nothing, I just need to talk to him, and report to him and tell him everything.
And stopping at 9:05. Did you hear Lori in there referencing someone that we talk to every night?
Yes,
Do you know who that reference is in regards to?
I believe at that time they were referencing God.
And going to 9:18.
Do you know, my other phone, is it being tracked or recorded or listened to? My 480 number?
showing you that. Yes, we're getting it.
Okay, so I'm keeping it, I just talked to Ann on it basically and make sure the phone calls, so.
So I've got a line for my. Makes sense. That's what.
Yeah.
Let me give you a blessing. I'll join us.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Okay, Ian's gonna join too. Go on, right?
I'm gonna pause here briefly at 10 minutes even. Did you hear in there Melanie inquiring if her phone was being tracked?
Yes,
And what was the response from Lori?
that they were getting yes.
Was it common for Melanie to turn to Chad and Lori for answers?
Yes.
And Judge, might I inquire, is the volume all the way up on the courtroom speakers?
We'll check because it is difficult to hear.
I'm seeing a nod yes. I think this one's just a little more difficult to hear. I
Okay.
just wanted to verify. Continuing on at the 10-minute mark.
And I'm going to clear the house. Any darkness or booby traps or time bombs that might affect you, and raise the vibration in the house, put sheets of light around all sides that may protect you above and below. Close all dark portals that are nearby, protected. The dark side can be kept at bay. So at this time, Melanie Pulowski, by the power of the Holy Melchizedek priesthood and the patriarchal order, in the name of Jesus Christ, we lay our hands upon your head and invite many others to come. Oh boy, might have been my own eye out of the way. No, I'd like that. Right there. But dear Mel, we bless you now with strength and power. You have been so courageous and valiant, faithful, and such a true friend. Always wonderful person. This time, I include Ian in the blessing as well by removing any weapons or curses or negative cords that are attached to either one of you. Just sever them all and turn those curses to whoever sent them and destroy the weapons that you can feel powerful. We fill you with light and love, strength with our healing solution. Pour that into your body so that every bit of you, every cell can be rejuvenated and feel that strength. We bind your heart together. You are an amazing pair. Love you both so much. Bless you with confidence in the Lord. You are moving forward, both of you, so well. Jesus is with us. We are being guided and instructed. And seems like such a tragedy, but Al is triumphant, exalted. And he is saying over and over, I can help you so much more now. I couldn't believe the avenues that are now open to me to help you, help Mel, help with the children. This is my next step of my mission, to help you all from this side in a powerful, protective way. Ways that I could not even imagine. That's what he's saying. I will, he says. Frankly, I will. Fear not. I am with you. Sharing that it was the Savior himself who told him it was well done. You can now move forward and continue your mission. You hardly got a break. I don't think you've got a life review, which is probably fine with him. But he is at work. He is already on the job helping us. I bless you, Mel, with physical strength, healing. Your body can feel mended and whole. Bless you emotionally. I lock down any anxiety, emotions, or your anxiety gene. I put it aside and lock it down. We can feel calm with this struggle. I bless you spiritually that your knowledge of the gospel and its fullness is strengthened, and you know it is true. And again, I bless you to continue to just have that faith. You are a powerful man. You're on the Lord's team. I know you're struggling with your ex-wife and those kind of issues, but the Lord is with you more than you ever believe. He's right there. In that room, there are dozens of angels who are eager for you to succeed. You will. I bless you with the ability to communicate with us more regularly. We'll figure out ways to do so. Stay in touch to strengthen each other and bless each other. And now turn it over to Lily to add a few more words to this blessing.
Melanie, Ian, we're so grateful for you as people and as powerful warriors on our team. Our team has been dwindling. Of all the people that we've trusted, that we can count on you to be valiant, faithful warriors. I'm so proud of you, so grateful for you, and love you so much. I've seen and know that you have great missions ahead of you, that you will be in New Jerusalem with all of your children. You will be happy there, and you will go from there, and you will be given assignments directly from Jesus Christ, and you will go on assignment, and you will go rescue lots of children. You've seen Melanie being in charge of how the children being brought back will be distributed and helped and loved, and she didn't think she liked that job, but she is going to love that job. It's something that she is great at organizing and helping and loving all those children. You will both have the opportunity to love so many children and help so many children in this lifetime. We are grateful for you being strong. It's been hard, but I endow you with power at this time to have that strength during this time of sorrow. We sorrow for ourselves because we'll miss our friend and buddy, but we do not sorrow for him, for he is powerful and glorious at this very moment and more powerful to help us in this celestial world as we move swiftly and quickly into the terrestrial world, as we are destined on that course. The Lord is coming soon, and we are his warriors that are cleaning and purifying the earth and preparing it for his coming. He has asked us to do so on this errand, and you are both a part of that number one team. It is our job, and we will do it. And he will come and rule and reign in majesty of power and might, and everything will be glorious, and there will be no more tears, and there will be no more pain. And I promise that you will be there by his side, as will we. You were destined for this. You were born for this. You have been prepared for this. Do not doubt. Do not fear. Have great faith and go along each day knowing that the Lord is aware of both of your situations. His hand is in it. You will send his angels, including Alex, this wonderful warrior, to clear the way that you will be reunited with the children, and it will be a glorious reunion. Do not fear. Do not doubt. Call down angels to surround you at all times, legions of angels that we have in our charge that will be round about you at all times, that they may help you feel peace and comfort as you go on about your daily celestial tasks that you must do. And remember, you will be reunited, and it will be glorious, and it will be soon.
I'll seal up this blessing for both of you. Seal it up in heaven. The angels will not leave you. This evening, you'll feel them throughout the night and into tomorrow. And guide you in every step. We do this all in the name of Jesus Christ. Amen.
Amen. Thank you.
You're welcome.
And pausing there at 1917. Mr. Plowski, we talked before that you were open to these ideas for a brief period of time.
Yes.
When these recordings were made, were you still open to these ideas?
No.
In that, excuse me, in that blessing again, did you hear reference to removing weapons?
Yes.
And removing curses?
Yes.
Cutting negative cords?
Yes.
And again, is that something that you'd ever heard in religious teachings prior to this group?
No. Removing curses had been something that I'd heard about, but cords and weapons I had not.
And had you heard about it in the context that Chad and Lori talked about it?
Yes.
And these are two calls. When you were recording the calls, were there any other times that Chad and Lori were on any calls?
You have to refresh my memory. There's I believe there were, I want to say there were 9 recordings that I made, if I remember correctly.
Yes, I believe so, around 9.
And I don't remember all of them. You know, if you were playing for me, I could absolutely identify them, but
You'd be able to. In the times that you would have conversations with Chad and Lori, was it common for Chad to offer up a blessing?
Yeah.
Did you have very many interactions with Chad where a blessing wasn't given?
No.
Was that something that you were used to within standard religious teachings?
no.
And continuing on from that 1917.
Mel, what did you talk to Julie about? Did you talk to him about Al's witness? What is she planning on doing? Do you know?
She called me first. I was like, well, what did mom and dad say? And she said, I just called you first.
I know. She said, I don't know what he would want. And I said, he just didn't care about anything in this world. He just wanted his guitar out of his house. He didn't want anything. And so I said he probably would want to just have it be simple and cheap, like be cremated. And I said, you know, talk to Dad. Dad knows how to do all that stuff since he was a sexton.
And when we hear Melanie refer to mom and dad, do you know who she's referencing?
Chad and Lori.
And then she talks about dad being familiar with that. Do you know who that dad is?
Yes, that's Chad.
Right.
Yeah, that would be the best way. I think a lot like Charles, just simple.
But not at all like Charles.
Well,
In the sense of maybe have him cremated and
Well, what are you gonna go to Arizona or can you, or what do you think?
we don't know yet, maybe not.
Yeah.
I don't know if we should deal with the family at all. I don't know if the police are gonna let them know, or they're
Yeah.
just gonna leave it to Zoe to let people know, if she shouldn't even let anybody know.
Yeah, I thought of that too, that maybe it'd be better if I don't want Brandon to know. I want him to be in fear of Al the rest of his life.
Well, he should be more in fear of him now than he ever has been. I'm sure
Yeah.
he's number one on his list.
Yeah, I just felt so much peace during that blessing.
Number two.
I felt so much peace during that blessing that like Al's like gonna be with Breezy and Braxton. And
Absolutely.
And I'm going to pause there at 2056. Did you hear conversation there about Chad and Lori, whether they were going to travel to Arizona?
Yes,
Do you know why Melanie was wondering if they were going to go to Arizona?
because their kids are in Arizona.
Do you know if Alex's services would have been in Arizona?
That's where Dilemma lived, so that was the most appropriate location.
And then moving forward.
Yes, frazzled. Oh my God, I never thought about that. I'm just reading your. It does. Oh, that's creepy.
And going to 2237.
I had not thought about that
Oh.
before.
I don't
So
know.
I was telling Al that Tammy, I don't remember if we told you this, but Tammy was here the other day and said how the Rexburg police are ridiculous. And she told me that as we
We
were
know already.
converse with her. And then Al was laughing at that so hard, so I'm like, he's gonna be handling. the
Shut
police from
up.
now on.
Yeah, he can handle Hermosillo.
She really just say
I
that.
was so upset though because they still have all my stuff and like I don't care about my things, but I have a hard drive that has all my pictures on it, and
Right,
I'm just frustrated with them. Like they have no reason to even keep it. But
they don't, but they're just corrupt, so
so
they're just
are
going to.
are they the ones tracking my phone, or is it Brandon or both?
that's Rexburg.
Yeah, they are checking you.
I'm going to pause at 2330. Mr. Plowski, did you hear a reference to the name Tammy?
Yes,
Do you know who they were referencing?
Tammy Daybell.
Do you know at this point in time if Tammy was alive or not?
She was not.
And Melanie's inquiring again about her phone being tracked. Did you hear that?
Yes,
Did you hear Chad's response as to who's tracking her phone?
Rexburg.
And is that in reference to Rexburg Police Department?
Yes.
Continuing on at 2330.
Just have faith that we'll get all of that back for you.
We
Yeah,
will.
I don't care. It's just I just didn't know if I needed to call them and get it back, or if I should. If they call me and say they want to give it back to me, they're going to do what they did last time and just corner me in a room for hours
Told that if you talk to them again, it'll start the circus over.
and just avoid them.
Yeah.
Okay.
Al's passing is kind of a marker for us all to just move forward. Trust in the Lord. I feel bad.
I'm going to pause at 2407. From that conversation, does it sound like Melanie had talked to the police before?
Yes,
And does it appear that Chad's encouraging her to speak to the police again?
he's not.
Is he encouraging her to avoid them?
Yes,
And then Chad makes reference to with Al's passing, basically it's a chance to move forward.
Right.
Do you hear that in there?
yes.
Continuing on from 2407.
Those items are still at that police station, but hopefully soon we can just get them back for you.
They told us they were gonna give us all of our stuff back from Charles too, and they've never given it back to us. They have no intention of giving it back.
Yeah, that's fine. But yeah, I feel like if he comes to try to talk to me, like I'll just be shut down. I'll just be like, look, like I just lost my uncle. I don't want to, like I'm not talking about anything. You know,
Yeah, I don't have anything to say.
I don't have anything. I already said everything, and just leave me the freak alone and give me my stuff back, or don't. But just don't talk to me. So,
Mhm.
Right.
but we're gonna stay here in our little apartment here in 174.
Okay,
And-
we'll protect it. Also, we could probably, it's the same landlord as the 175.
Yeah, it is.
So you could maybe email her or something and tell her that Al passed away, and so he's not gonna be doing the police anymore or
I think
whatever.
he just put in his 30 days.
He already
So,
did.
I think he already did, but I should let her know.
Yeah, just so whatever you want to do with that stuff, give it away or whatever, it's fine. We
Yeah.
don't care about anything in there.
Yeah, Al wanted me to just call DI and see if they'd come take all the stuff in the house, but I don't know if they'll do that.
Yeah, I don't know how that works.
Just will, maybe, but I don't know.
You guys don't want anything out of there?
Nope.
I wonder if Zuli does.
I'm pausing at 25:43. Did you hear Melanie inquire if Chad and Lori want any of Alex's belongings?
Yes,
And did you hear Lori's response?
they don't want anything.
And this is the same day that Lori's brother had passed away,
I believe it was the day after that this recording was made.
even the day after, and she wanted nothing of his.
Right.
Continuing on from 25:43.
We just took his swords and his guitar, all his like musical stuff. That's what he wanted. And
Right.
so,
Take the Band Hero and the Xbox 360. I hope you already have it.
yeah, we got that.
Okay, good. So yeah, I don't care about anything in that house. So
Hey, is this your number?
this is the number we're using today, but we might text you from a different number tomorrow.
Okay, well,
This is the phone we were talking to Al on when all that happened and they went to search the house, so they probably got his phone.
yeah, well, you have my number and I feel like it'll be, I don't know, I feel really safe with this phone. Like I set it up really carefully with, so,
Yeah, it's good, babe. We have your number. I wrote it down on a piece of paper so that way I can call you.
okay. Maybe I should I can give you Ian's number or something, but you can always call me through Zuli or something too. So,
Right.
I'm going to pause at 26:50. There was talk in there of Chad and Lori maybe changing their phone number. Did you hear that?
Yes.
Did you learn whether or not it was common for them to change their phone numbers?
Yeah, they went through quite a few burner phones.
Did Melanie always have access to that information?
Not always.
Did she sometimes have to rely on them to reach out to her?
Yes,
Did she always make sure they had a way to reach her?
yes.
Continuing on at 26:50.
Yeah, we'll just send a password, what word would you recommend, just to let you know it's us?
so we were using Pretty Bird if it means your phone is not safe or the cops have your phone. And then we were using Not Happy Bob if it's safe to, is that if it's safe to call?
Safe, yeah.
So, but the
Okay.
police have seen those text messages, so they might be onto that. So
Come up with something
let's
that's
say
not happy, Bob.
Jamie Powell.
TV pal?
Yeah, Jamie
Okay.
Powell, if it's like good, if it's you and it's good, it's safe to call. And if it's not safe to call, then we'll say, Daddy, we're down.
Okay, that's good. Jamie Powell, Daddy, we're down. That's fine.
I'm stopping at 27:44. There's talk there of some code words. Did you hear that in there?
Yes.
Do you know why the code words were necessary or why they wanted to have those?
They wanted to be sure that whatever phone they were using to communicate was not being tracked by the police.
And moving to 29:29.
Everything's gonna be different. But Al set it up that I had Chad and you got Ian just before he left. He had to have us both protected because he was our protector.
Yeah.
And he couldn't go until that mission was accomplished. So I'm so
But he loves
grateful that you have
Julie.
Ian. Yeah, don't ruin it with Ian. Be nice.
Gonna stop at 29:55. In there, did you hear the reference to Al being a protector?
Yes.
Do you know who designated Al the protector?
I don't.
Judge, I'm going to object
specifically.
unless there's some foundation.
I'm asking if he knows.
World. I don't know.
And moving to 30:01.
She's not gonna run me off.
You ever need to talk to Dad, here I am.
There you go.
Did you hear someone on there saying, ever need to talk to Dad? Here I am.
Yes,
And who's saying that?
Chad.
Do you know who he's saying that to?
Me.
At any point, had you referred to Chad as dad?
I may have. I'm pretty sure I'd kind of taken that up and just, in support of Melanie and how she looked to him.
Did you look to Chad as a dad?
No.
Did you look to Chad for advice?
No.
Moving to 3107.
If you have any feelings like I shouldn't go there, then just let me know, but otherwise you could probably leave tomorrow and just drive. I don't feel safe flying, so after the police incident.
Yeah.
I'm not getting a yes or no yet. We just need to see what's transpiring with her, so then we'll talk and decide.
Okay.
Like, don't get up and pulled out of there at 6 a.m. or anything.
Okay, I'll just wait to hear from you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And stopping at 3145. Do you know where Melanie was planning on going in that conversation?
I do not remember.
Did you hear her inquiring of Chad for advice?
Yes,
And did you hear Chad's responses to her?
yes,
And did Chad ultimately direct her to wait to hear from him?
yes,
And again, was it common for Melanie to turn to Chad for advice and counsel?
yes.
I may have just a moment.
Yes.
I have no further questions.
I'm going to suggest we take our mid-afternoon recess at this time. We'll go ahead and take about 20 minutes. And I do briefly want to discuss an issue just with council in a sidebar. So we'll do that now.
All right, please.
Direct.
Oh, thank you for the.
Okay, wow, huh? If y'all are in Oklahoma or Kansas, please be safe. Oh, wow. Oh, no. Yes, everybody be safe. Oh, my goodness. Yeah, that's, I think it's there's no question that Fire's going to come in pretty hard on this guy because this right here was very, very damning. I can't see how he's going to get around that. But I also think that this guy isn't really going to take it. I think he's going to perform pretty well with the crazy questioning here. Sorry. But I'll get it going here now. Got a fussy boy over.
The reminder, I will have Mr. Pryor commence with cross then once our witness is back on the stand. Mr. Pryor, Mr. Pryor, you can start with your cross-examination whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Judge. Good afternoon, Mr. Pulaski. My understanding is that your marriage to Melanie was when?
November 30th, 2019.
And prior to Melanie moving to Idaho, you hadn't met her before, is that right?
Correct.
And Melanie moved to Idaho in late November?
It was mid-October, I believe.
Okay. But you met Melanie through a LDS site, is that right, on about the 19th of November?
Dating app, yeah.
All right, on the 19th of November? Sir?
Yes.
Okay. So from the 19th of November of 2019 to the 30th of November of 2019, your courtship was about 11 or 12 days. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. And then you decided to get married after the 11 or 12 days. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. That's not particularly unusual in the LDS faith, is it? For early or quicker marriages, correct?
I'd say it's faster than most LDS marriages.
Okay, but for the most part, it's not unusually that for pe-
Objection, Your Honor, asked and answered.
Sustained.
And you met Chad for the first time on November 23rd, 2019?
Yes.
Okay. And you talked about all of these discussions with Chad, other than November 23rd of 2019. Isn't it true you never spoke to him face to face again until after that time?
Correct. I only met him in person on the 23rd of November.
And the only other contact you would have with Chad Daybell were these 9 recordings that you recorded. Is that fair?
There was one additional contact where I called and spoke with him and Lori directly.
When was that?
That was on November, I want to say it was the night of Thanksgiving, probably 24th or 25th of November, 2019.
Were they on vacation somewhere at that point?
I don't know where they were.
Yeah. Was that a lengthy phone call?
It was probably about 45 minutes,
4 to 5 or 45?
45, 4 or 5.
45, okay. Now, in regards to your wife and Alex Cox, did they have frequent phone contact?
They spoke pretty regularly for the short time that I knew Alex.
And how would you define frequently?
Real curious,
Every other
AF.
day, every 2 or 3 days.
Yes,
Okay.
Chad was the
And
one.
Was that by phone call or was that by text message or was it by?
Chad
some
was the
other
one
medium?
who
Phone call and text.
Okay.
was given information beyond the veil.
And you heard on the tape recording, I believe it was the second tape recording where either Lori or Melanie defined Alex as their protector. Is that right?
Right.
It just turned out that
And you're
the
aware of
dark people
some of the
were people
allegations
that they
regarding your
could get
wife
money
and-
from
and
and
Alex
needed out of the way.
Brandon Boudreaux, is that right?
I'm aware.
Okay.
So,
And in that
Fairly
situation, do you
convenient.
disagree that maybe Alex was Melanie's protector on that day?
Objection, Your Honor, calls for speculation.
Overruled.
I believe that Al was not acting as a protector.
Alex was not acting as a protector?
If he had her best interest in mind, he would not have done that.
Okay, all right. But you could perceive where Alex felt he was being the protector on that day when he takes a pot shot at Brandon Boudreaux, right?
Absolutely.
And you're also aware of Charles Vallow, correct?
Yes.
And you're aware that Alex is accused of murdering Charles Vallow at
Yes.
close range? And are you aware that Chad Daybell is not implicated in that?
I was not.
Okay. But you're aware that Alex was implicated in that, correct?
Yes.
And the victim in that case, Charles Vallow, was Lori Vallow's husband, correct?
Yes.
So once again, Alex was the protector of Lori in that situation, right? Just like he was the protector of your wife with Brandon Boudreaux, correct?
Objection, Your Honor, counsel's testifying.
Sustained.
Move to strike.
Strike that answer, or I'm sorry, the question.
Did you ever get any information that your wife was a suspect in this case?
No.
Okay. Your wife lived close in proximity to Lori Vallow, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And would you say that your wife was and Lori were as far as relatives, as close as relatives could get?
Yes.
Okay. There was a mention of your wife being in the ER tonight. What was that all about?
She was suffering a medical condition that was causing her a lot of pain,
Okay.
and we went to the ER to sort it out.
Okay.
Mr. Pryor, I apologize to interrupt. I want to have a quick sidebar with council.
Wow, I wonder what this is about. Hey, Gerri. I don't know if you've been listening. There's some crazy testimony today. Melanie Pulowski, they played a bunch of video that I really can't see Chad getting out of. Oh, it's been a crazy day. I just keep holding my breath. Good stuff. You want to hear it. How long are they going to be in sidebar? Mhm. What happened? Looks like the jury went out.
All right, that concludes the inquiry then, and we'll go ahead and have the jurors return for additional cross-examination.
Wow.
So if everyone would rise for the jurors, we'll go ahead and have the jurors brought back in.
Oh, well, I'm glad you did, Gerri. I think you needed that. I hope you're okay, though. I love you.
All right, please.
Hey. Wow, I can't believe they had the jury go out.
So President County, for you.
All right, thank you. Please be seated.
How can you go to sleep during this?
All right, we're back
Testimony,
on the
oh my
record now in
God.
CR 22-21-16-23. The court did call a sidebar there. I would instruct the jurors who have returned now to not speculate as to what occurred in the sidebar. I will note it was nothing that counsel did on his cross-examination nor that the witness did. And so please don't speculate as to what occurred. But Mr. Pryor, with that in mind, you may continue.
Okay.
I'll also mention it was nothing the state did as well. It was just something the court observed. Go ahead.
Mr. Pulaski, you mentioned Melanie Gibb.
Yes.
Did you have an occasion to get to meet Melanie Gibb?
No.
Okay. Now,
Here he goes with Melanie Gibb again. Oh
you
my
understand there
God.
were discussions around the 23rd of November about the disappearance of 2 children by the Rexburg Police Department. Were you aware of that?
Yes. At the
Oh,
time,
wow.
Can you give me some context on timing?
November 23rd, 2019?
Right. But as far as
Oh,
when I
that was
learned about
sweet.
it,
Well, you were aware that on that date, the
Thank
police were
you.
looking for
Glad to
JJ
see
Bello.
you.
Is that correct?
yes, I learned that later. Yeah.
Learn that later. Okay. And you went and had contact with the police the first time when?
December 5th or 6th, I believe.
Okay. And that contact, at the time of that contact, were you aware that on November 5th or 6th, Melanie Gibb had not gone to the police to tell them her side of the story?
I had not.
Do you recall on the tape recording, the first tape recording 266A, where there's a discussion that there's only a chance Melanie's going to do this, or there's a chance that she's not going to do this?
Right. Yes.
And that was in reference to whether or not she was going to the police and tell them the truth, correct?
Right.
And that recording took place with you on what day, sir?
That was December 6th or 7th.
Okay, so on December 6th or 7th, would it be safe to assume that at that point, Melanie Gibb had not gone to the police about the whereabouts of JJ?
Objection, Your Honor, calls for speculation. I think the recording speaks for itself.
Sustained.
So the personal knowledge you have is that you don't know at that point if Melanie had gone to the police, correct?
Correct.
Okay. But there was a discussion about whether she was going to do that on the 5th or 6th, right? Correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now was there ever an occasion where the police asked to look at your wife Melanie Pulaski's phone?
The only occasion I recall is when I was there at the police station, they were tracking her location.
Okay, they were tracking her location then.
Right.
Okay.
Me too, K9. If I take Benadryl, I am out. Major.
There is some reference to the name Hermosillo.
Yes.
Is that one of the police officers that you interviewed with on the 6th or 7th?
Yes.
And that Hermosillo is who?
He's currently lieutenant at the Rexburg Police Department. At the time, he was a detective.
Okay, but that's Lieutenant Ray Hermosillo? Okay. And your wife on one of the recordings, I think it's at 3326, mentions that Hermosillo is rage.
Hello, angel of
Remember that?
goodness.
Yes.
Thanks
Okay,
for
he's
coming
yelling at
by.
me. Remember
I'm
that?
sorry, Pandaberry. I missed you earlier.
The police were harassing her?
Objection, Your Honor, calls for speculation.
Did you recall her saying the police were harassing her?
Objection, Your Honor, misstates the audio.
Sustained.
Do you recall her something saying not going to stop until they get what they want?
Yes.
Okay. Now, at any time, did Lori Vallow tell you or Melanie that this was all about a custody fight over the children with Larry and Kay Woodcock?
There were never any details discussed as to why it was happening.
Okay. So in other words, they didn't tell you that it was one issue or another, just that they weren't going to disclose where the children were, correct?
Correct.
And when they say they weren't, they meant Melanie and Lori and Alex, correct?
No.
Well, Chad never told you that the children were dead, correct?
No.
Chad never told you that the plan was that he was going to kill the children, correct?
That would be foolish. But no,
Okay.
he didn't.
Okay. Chad never discussed in any of these 9 or 10 recordings that you made that his intent was to murder anybody, correct?
Correct.
And during the discussion, there was a talk about getting out of, was it Madison County?
Rexburg.
Rexburg's Madison County, right?
Correct.
Wow.
Okay. And
Just
there was
wow.
discussion, I heard references to Idaho Falls.
Yes.
Gerri, guess what else? The judge totally got really pissed off at Pryor. Yeah, good stuff today. You absolutely have got to go back and listen. You do. Like it was like, oh my God. Seriously.
And you would know better than I would, but Idaho Falls is about a half hour south of Rexburg.
Correct.
So it wasn't that they were saying run away and hide. Isn't it true they were saying get out of Madison County because it's a dirty county?
That's what they were implying.
Okay, do you know who the prosecutor is in Madison County?
Objection, Your Honor, relevance, argumentative, move to strike.
Sustained. Strike the answer or the question.
But the theme of this was that they felt that that Melanie and Lori and Alex felt that the police department were corrupt in Madison County. Is that right?
Objection, Your Honor, misstates the audio.
Sustained.
There's a discussion about Kane, and you recall that. You gave an explanation for that, correct?
Yes.
And they were talking about Kane being, well, I'll ask it this way. Were they talking about these Kane figures being the police in Madison County?
Yes.
Okay. Have you ever heard the term fundamental Mormon?
Yes.
What is your definition of a fundamental Mormon?
Objection, Your Honor, relevance.
Sustained.
There's discussions about castings.
Yes.
And you mentioned that in some context, castings are consistent with the LDS faith.
Yes.
And in fact, there's references, and I just forgot his Newell. Was that one of the subjects where there was a casting performed by Joseph Smith? Do you recall that?
I don't.
Okay. So the idea of having a casting is not something that's new or unique to the LDS faith. Is that right?
No.
And when we have a casting, what are we talking about specifically?
The idea of a casting is to remove remove evil from someone.
Okay. And if you're someone in your faith and removing evil from someone or a spirit from someone in your faith as part of the LDS faith, that doesn't mean that the person dies at the end of that casting, does it?
No.
In fact, in your faith, if you perform a casting on someone, the human part flourishes and moves on, and the evil spirit is extracted from that person, correct?
That's what's hoped. Yes.
And that's part of your faith as an LDS person, correct?
I've begun to separate myself from pretty much all religion at this point.
Okay. Now, we talked a little bit about the 3 kingdoms in the LDS faith. And could you talk to me about what the 3 kingdoms are that you were referencing in the LDS faith?
Yes. So the celestial kingdom would be the fullness of glory.
All right, hold it. You're going to go quick for me, so we got to slow down, and
Okay.
let's do one at a time if that's
Sure.
okay. Celestial kingdom is what?
That's where you would receive all of the blessings promised. It's the fullness of glory. That's the highest attainable reward.
And then when you're in the celestial kingdom, where are you?
You're living with God in heaven.
Okay. And then before you get there, what's the next one?
It would be the terrestrial.
And what is that one?
It's a paradise, and if you were to compare it to Earth, it would be a paradise,
Okay.
basically. And
Kinda-
also heaven, just a lesser version of heaven.
So, and I'm not trying to minimize this, I'm trying to understand this. So it's a halfway point between being with God and halfway between somewhere, correct?
Right.
And then before you get to the halfway point, what's the first one?
Celestial
And where are people in the celestial?
on Earth.
Okay. So there are three kingdoms. You start with the celestial, and that's most of us.
Right.
Or it's hopefully most of us, right?
So celestial would, yeah, so celestial would be your earthly kingdom. Terrestrial is halfway between here and there. The celestial kingdom, and celestial is the highest.
And what do you have to do to get from one to the next one?
Just keep the commandments, live in accordance with God's law, take out covenants in the temple. And just live and then uphold those covenants as you live through your life.
Live a good life.
Yep.
Okay. And when you say obey the commandments, you're not going to reach the celestial kingdom if you violate any of the commandments, right?
Correct.
Or you'll have to make some sort of can you do something to solve if you violate one of the commandments? Is there something you can do to fix that before you get there?
Objection, Your Honor. Relevance.
Sustained.
Now, you talked a little bit about the 144,000, right?
Yes.
And again, that's referenced in a number of biblical references, correct?
Right.
Yeah. And that's the people who are here, who move on when the second coming of.
It depends on who you're talking to.
Okay.
My understanding of the 144,000 is a group of chosen people that will herald in the second coming.
Okay. So isn't it true? It's not that Chad was saying he was leading the 144,000. He just felt he was part of the 144,000.
Objection, Your Honor. Misstates the prior testimony.
Sustained.
Isn't it true that Chad was helping to gather the 144,000 and that he didn't believe he was leading the 144,000?
Objection, Your Honor. Misstates the prior testimony.
Sustained.
Is it possible that Chad was conveying to you that he was going to be part of the 144,000 and that he was not leading the 144,000?
Objection, Your Honor. Misstates the prior testimony. Asked and answered.
Overruled.
Isn't it true?
The understanding that I had is he had taken a leadership role in gathering the 144,000.
And Chad never said that he was going to take over the Lord's role, right?
There was I can't remember if it was specifically with him or not. There was some discussion about that, but I don't remember hearing
Okay.
that specifically from Chad. No.
There was some reference at about 2650 on the second tape. We were using Purdy Bird, or what was that about?
Code words.
What was that about?
So there were a lot of burner phones that were being purchased and used,
Okay.
and to avoid using a compromised burner phone, code words were used.
But Melanie also said we were using in reference to some email communication, implying that both you and her were using that to communicate with Lori and Alex. Do you have any recollection of that?
I don't remember any email communication where that was used.
Okay. And you would say that Melanie's view of Chad and Lori was more of a mother and fatherly relationship. Would that be fair?
Yes.
Not necessarily a religious leader of her, more of a fatherly, motherly figure, correct?
No, I'd say both.
Okay. And during the tape, I heard, and this was Lori Vallow saying that she was talking to Tammy,
Yes.
and that was Tammy Daybell.
Yes.
She happened to mention how she was talking to Tammy.
She did not.
The other issue is that there was some discussion about Alex wanting certain people to have some of his items.
Yeah.
Correct?
He wanted his, well, I don't remember specifically.
It's okay.
You have to refresh me.
It's something about a guitar.
Yeah.
Xbox.
Yep.
And some other miscellaneous things.
Mhm.
Right. So was it your understanding that Alex knew that he was going to be passing away?
No.
Oh my God, Gerri, it's Ian Pulowski. Yeah. And it was Melanie testified before him. And there's all this video or all this recording that Ian recorded, all of them. Yeah. No, I'm telling you, today was the day, big time. And listen to this. Melanie Pulowski called Chad dad. Can you even believe that? She did. She said it. So gross. And on the video, you can hear her saying it, calling him dad. And even Chad with his goofy, stupid ass was telling Ian, just call old dad. Not kidding you. Not kidding. You are gonna flip when you hear this shit. I it is so gross. Telling you, I have been flipping out all day. Like, this is crazy shit. Yeah, you have got to listen to all of it. And the judge tells prior, you're doing it to the witness, and you've been doing it to me all day. You need to stop. Oh my God. Telling you, I can't even sit still today. It is beyond crazy. Can you believe that, Dad? Makes me want to throw the fuck up. Cannot. It has been, oh my God, I can't even keep it together. Seriously. So, okay, I just had to say that.
Are you aware of the circumstances in which Alex Cox passed away?
Yes.
And
Oh
what
my
is your
God.
understanding of
Pardon
why
me, I
Alex Cox
forgot.
passed away?
He suffered a pulmonary edema.
Okay. He
I
had
think
some
we're going to
health
skip
issues,
today. I forgot all about it.
natural causes.
Yikes, I'm sorry.
Did Alex ever display to you when he, or discuss with you the fact that he was aware that he had
Sorry.
this pulmonary edema?
No.
This was a sudden situation that came on without any notice. Would that be fair?
There was a point where Chad and Lori contacted Melanie and stated before Alex died that there would be a powerful spiritual attack.
Okay. But you're saying that that at least in your mind, there was no powerful spiritual attack. He died of a pulmonary edema, correct?
Correct.
Okay. But again, the question was that you had no knowledge of any of Alex's health issues before that you were aware. You and Melanie weren't aware that Alex had any health issues before he suffers this pulmonary edema. Is that right?
Oh my God, I'm sorry, you guys. I'm sorry.
There was some discussion that I heard about vibrations. Do you understand this
As
vibration
soon as I
stuff?
was getting ready for today, I
Basically
saw
in the same
Ian
context that,
Pulowski
you know,
on
an energy
stand, and I
worker or
just
something, you know, you
was
see
like,
somebody walking
oh
around
my
with
God.
crystals or, you know, that kind of thing would talk about vibrations, just an aura or anything like that. That's my understanding of it. I never heard a whole lot of it outside of that.
Okay, so it's not something that, at least in your mind, is mainstream as part of your religion. It's something that would be outside of your religion if someone was doing energy work. So if someone's saying they're LDS and I do energy work, they may be, would it be fair to say they might be a little misguided?
Objection, Your Honor, calls for speculation.
Sustain.
They might work for the power company. I don't know.
And if I could just have a moment, Judge, may I?
Yes.
Jeez. Some of this shit isn't. Some of it. No, all of it. It's the craziest shit you've ever heard of. Oh my God. I feel so overwhelmed.
We had the opportunity to listen to
I will,
a
Frazzle. I
couple
can't
of
believe
lengthy
it.
blessings.
Yeah, lengthy. And
Blessings in
stupid.
general are not something that's unusual within the LDS faith. Is that fair?
Yes.
People give each other blessings all the time.
Yeah.
And that doesn't necessarily mean they're I'm going to use the wrong word.
Shut up. She did
Patriarchal
not.
blessings. I'm not talking about patriarchal
What
blessings. I'm
the
talking about
fuck?
just general blessings. It's not
No.
unusual for people within your faith to say, I'm going to give you a blessing.
Correct.
And that happens, I don't want to say frequently, but regularly.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, what the hell? I mean, couldn't she really be allowed? Like, well, I don't know. You got to get there in the morning. I heard you can't come late. Right after. Wow, what the? Oh my God, these people are so crazy. Right? Oh my God, you have got to be joking. Oh shit, balls. I cannot right now. I am not even believing this. I heard you can't come late for sure. It is wild. I can't believe this is happening right now. Right, okay. Oh my God. Well, if she is on the list to testify, she definitely is not. You're not allowed to come in there prior to testifying unless you are a, immediate victim. That's why Kay Woodcock was allowed. Wow. Still, why would you try to sneak? Okay, this is just what I'm saying. People need to understand there is no good explanation for the way these people behaved. I've never had a burner phone in my life. I'm not afraid to live in a fucking town because of the police. Who does that? Oh my God. And who tries to go incognito and sneak somewhere like that? Oh my God. These people, this is like not real. Seriously. Oh my God. I can't wait. I can't wait to finish this and go and look at everything. This is insanity. They say she's been doing weird TikToks. I don't. Oh my God. Oh my God. Right, frazzled, exactly. This is so mind-blowing. I swear I don't even know what to think right now. Oh my God. Okay, we got to get this over with because I can't. Breaking. That's breaking. That's fucking breaking news. For real. I mean, this shit is blowing my mind. Oh my God. Yep. My next thumbnail is going to say that. No matter what. I don't give a shit if I am going to do a sleeping life. Oh, Pistol Pete. I can't stand it. Oh my God. Oh, I am so freaked out today. Oh, my Lanta. Oh my God. Okay. Hope we don't have to hear that gross sack of shit's voice anymore.
Do you believe that it was Melanie's belief that she was being harassed by the Rexburg Police Department?
Yes.
Okay. And do you believe that it was Officer Hermosillo who was harassing Melanie?
Yeah, you've been giving
Pulaski.
us the 411.
Yes.
Okay. There was some reference in 1917 on the second tape that your wife said something, well, we don't want to tell them that Alex died, is something about continue to let him fear for the rest of his life. Who were they talking about?
Brandon.
Brandon Boudreaux?
Correct.
So when that reference was made, your wife didn't necessarily want to tell Brandon Boudreaux that Alex died because she wanted him to be fearful of him of Alex for the rest of his life.
I don't know that she honestly felt that way. He's the father of her kids, but she had a lot of frustration toward Brandon at that time.
And the relationship with her and Brandon was, to say the least, was a heated custody battle, was it not?
Correct.
Okay. Okay, Judge, I don't think I have anything else. Thank you, Your Honor.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Pryor.
And her and Alex tried to kill him. There was kind of that going on as well. No, you're good. Wait, what came out wrong? I think it came out fine. I don't know. Louis been busting in with the shit today. I think you said it just right.
All right. You can redirect, Ms. Blake.
I think I am
Thank you.
so mind blown. I don't even know what to do right now.
And Mr. Plowski, to be clear, the recordings that were made for law enforcement, Chad and Lori are not on all of those recordings. Is that correct?
Correct.
And the two that we heard parts of today, Chad and Lori, are on those recordings, correct?
Yes.
At some point, did you learn whether or not Chad and Alex had had conversations regarding the attempted shooting of Brandon?
There was a misunderstanding that I had, where, so when Melanie and I were married on our wedding night, there was some discussion about that, yes.
And you were asked about your belief that Alex was the one that took the shots at Brandon. Is that what you believe?
Yes.
You were asked about your wife, Melanie, and Lori being close. Is it fair to say they were close?
Yes.
And you said it was your belief that Melanie did not move to Rexburg until sometime in October, like mid-October?
Yeah.
Is that your recollection?
So-
Could it have even been later in October?
Might have been November.
Are you aware that JJ and Tylee were last seen in September?
Yes,
So before your wife relocated here?
correct.
Do you know where
Oh,
Melanie was
okay.
living before moving to Rexburg?
Okay,
She was in
okay,
Chandler,
okay.
Arizona.
And you were asked about the Rexburg Police
Who lives in
Department,
Chandler?
being dark. Do you recall that?
Yes,
Do you recall Lori and Chad telling you that they were dark?
I remember the phone calls where they discussed that. Yes,
And you had gone in and met with the police on approximately December 5th. Is that your recollection?
yes,
When you met with the police, did you learn that they were looking for JJ and Tylee?
yes,
And there was reference on the audio, and counsel asked again about it, about Detective Hermosillo was not going to stop. Do you recall that?
yes.
What was Detective Hermosillo doing?
Judge, I'm in objection. He doesn't have any knowledge of what Hermosillo was doing.
Overruled.
Do you know what Detective Hermosillo was doing that he wasn't going to stop?
He was investigating the whereabouts of Tylee and JJ.
So Detective Hermosillo was trying to find a missing 16-year-old. and a
Judge, I'm in
missing
objection.
7-year-old.
It's a leading
He
question.
wasn't going to stop doing his job. That's what he wasn't going to stop doing. Shut up.
Did you have
We
concerns for
objected
the
to.
safety or whereabouts of Tylee and JJ?
Yes,
Did the police indicate they shared those concerns?
yes,
Did Chad ever offer to tell law enforcement where Tylee and JJ were?
Judge, I'm going to object. Lack of knowledge.
Too late, Mr. Pryor. Sorry.
Based on your conversations or conversations you were present for, did Chad ever indicate where the kids were?
Judge, objection. Lack of knowledge.
Overruled.
no, he didn't.
Did Lori ever indicate where the kids were?
No.
Do you recall in the recording where they indicated Melanie would be a target because she was the only one they knew where she was located?
Yes,
At that point, did Chad or Lori offer to do anything to assist with finding the kids?
no,
In what you
Did they ever do
learned
anything that wasn't all
regarding how Chad and
pussy-tied
Lori taught
fucking
castings,
bullshit?
what had to happen to the body if someone was possessed?
Judge, objection. There hasn't been sufficient foundation.
Overruled.
the idea was that if a casting failed, the body would be destroyed.
You were asked about Melanie believing that law enforcement was harassing her. Do you recall that?
Yes,
Do you know who she was talking to about law enforcement?
Chad and Lori,
Do you know who was telling her to avoid law enforcement?
Chad and Lori,
Do you know who was telling her law enforcement was dark?
Chad and Lori.
At some point, did you learn where Tylee and JJ were found?
Yes,
Where was that?
Chad's backyard.
I have no further questions.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Blake. That will conclude the testimony then of Mr. Pulowski.
There you go.
I'm going
Chad's
to
backyard.
inquire from the state and then the defense, is there any intent to
Mr.
recall this witness?
Profit.
No, Your Honor, he may be released.
No objection to releasing him, Judge.
Okay, any subpoena you were under, Mr. Pulowski, is you no longer have to be concerned with. You are released from those subpoenas. Thank you for appearing to testify, and you can go ahead and step down.
My goodness.
All right, counsel, given the time where we just concluded a witness, I'm thinking maybe we break for the day. Is the state ready to proceed with a quick enough witness to be done, or should we consider breaking for the?
No, Your Honor, we were just looking at the time. I think given the time, our next witness, we would anticipate being on the stand for some time, and I worry we would get to an awkward place to end for the day. So we would recommend we simply end for the day.
Okay, thank you. Well, I think that makes sense, given that we're about 3:20 now. So that will conclude evidence for today. For those in attendance, thank you for complying with the courtroom conduct order. For the jurors, thank you again for following the court's admonishment over the weekend. As you break for the day, please continue to follow that.
Oh my God, I gotta okay, let's look it up real quick, guys. I can't stand this. Fucking Julie Rowe. You gotta be kidding me. What the AF is going on? Oh my gosh. Okay, Lauren's live right now with that. I can't stream her live. Holy hell. Oh. Okay. Okay, I will read it. Who? No, Julie Rowe tried to sneak into court today. Did you miss that, Gerri? Psycho. Can you believe that? Yeah, she tried to go like incognito into I can't even. Now, Lauren Lauren from Hidden True Crime is live right now talking about that. But I can't stream that. It is bonkers. I know. Seriously, this was not the day to miss. I mean, I'm just saying, like, you have a lot to catch up on. You need to watch this shit like in, 2 times or something. Life with Mommy. Apparently, Julie Rowe tried to sneak into court today. Like, she wore a hat and glasses and tried to sneak in there. These people are fucking nuts, bigger than shit. I cannot even with this. Blows my mind. Okay, I think I'm really sorry. I need to go watch Lauren because I am freaking out. Yeah, that is totally next level crate. Seriously. I mean, these people, just think about it. Like, would you just love to be like, what goes through their head before they go off to doing this shit? It just is not even my, like, you're just sitting there getting ready, trying to figure out how to sneak in a courtroom. That's crazy. I mean, I, honest to God, cannot even get my head around this shit. Fever dream. Seriously. I mean, does she not talk to anybody in her life that said, I wouldn't do that? All right. Okay. I'm gonna cut this off. I'm losing it. I'm going crazy, and I need a cigarette like so bad. Okay, I will be here tomorrow. We might start a little bit early tomorrow and try to go through some of this because it's a lot of fuck shit. Did he? Oh, good, Gerri. Okay. Yes. Of course. I'm so happy. That's awesome. Yeah, there's other stuff I want to know about too, but anyway, yes. Love you guys. Love you so much. Thank you. We got lots to talk about tomorrow. All right. Get some good sleep. Everyone have a great night. Love you. It was very, I know it was. It was. I know. I'm so sorry. So sorry. Okay. I will talk to you soon. I love you.